Voici quelque chose vient.
Elle est bas.
Et puis, et il y a noyé, quoi.
Micro sort, hein.
Ajon la jango kwa lao Bahula wasatibo Anongi mapoko man Owasiyana dilaw Jakwamu dumpulo pango Wekeju domende tananje dugo Ese lambolo pusino Ungalu pangonderi Won't you dare to survive the songs of freedom? Cause all I ever had redemption song. Lord, you do redemption song. Won't you love to sing? Won't you the songs of freedom? Cause all our people redemption song. Redemption song. No la la pa pin pin ba na du du Your song is say yoba mukoma moto Nginya mute maibu ibandaru Titi bongori asobari Luike kapon boberi Lo pole mani amasudi boma Ndete uba mate dimbo Benedon gelin geliga Una conteri ruko To the city Urban freedom was all I ever wanted. Every day, no song, cause all every day, some song. The songs of freedom, how do we get, we see more. Redemption song. The songs of freedom. Every day I sing your name like a prayer. I pray in my heart, we hope, my soul, my mind, healing with you, with your arms around. I can see you there, just waiting for. I run, I walk by like a bird. I search, I can see like a phone, but I'm drifting away. Yeah, to the river of life. Oh, to the river of life. You're my river of life. Town, you're my grace, like a shield. Fill every place, surround me with angels, from angels above. Stand on the mountain, show me the love, glory around you. It's all over here. Cleanse me from everything I've done, everything I say. I walk, I run, I swim, swim to the sea. Like a bird, like the eagle, wings, and I fly to your arms. Deep down inside, and I fly to your arms. You're my river of life. You're the river of life. I fly to the river. I run to the ocean sea. I'm overflowing in me. Oh, the songs that I hear inside of me. Yeah, oh, and I run to the ocean. I swim over the sea to the river of my destiny, to the place where I safely in your arms tonight. You're the river of life. River of life. Oh, the river of life. The river the river of life. Yeah, the river of
Ulah.
Yeah. Oh, I remember when we used to sit in the government shut in Trench Town, over observing the hypocrites, mingling with the good people in me. Good friends we have, good friends we love, along the way. In this great future, you can't forget your past. So dry your tears, I say. Oh, woman, don't cry. No, woman, don't cry. Little darling, don't shed no tears. No, woman, don't cry. That I remember when we used to say the government shot in Trench Town, Trench Town. And then the Georgia would make the fire lights. I say love would burn in fire through the night, through the night. Then we would cook cornmeal porridge. I shall share with you, with you. My feet is my own, my only carriage. And so I've got to push, push, push on through. Oh, woman, don't cry. Oh, oh, woman, don't cry. Cry. Little darling, don't shed no tears. No woman, don't cry. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Everything's gonna be alright. 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 Yeah. Oh, 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 cry. Oh, 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 woman, no cry. Little darling, don't shed no tears. No woman, no cry. Yeah, yeah. it well. Yes, it will. Trust me, baby. I know it's gonna be all right. In the morning, in the evening, gonna be all right. Yes, it will. Oh, yes, it will. Listen, baby, no, gonna be. I know, gotta be. Oh, yeah. No. My heart's about to lose you, and it won't lay down and die. But I wouldn't give a nickel for the love that's left inside. You everything I say or do. There'll be no end. My arms may hold another, but even when they do, this soul devoted heart of mine will still be holding on to you. Oh, loving the everything I ever say or do. Be no end. There'll be no ever after lover after you. She's got the face, she's got the eyes, she's got the smile that can hypnotize. She's on the cover of fashion magazines, and here in the city, she's got it made it seem. But on those long, long island nights, he's just a small town girl staring out at the city lights. He needs somebody just to hold her tight. It was made to go on long island nights. They say she's a natural. They say she learns fast. Say she moves the way she photographs. And she understands what they want her to be. But there's something inside her that the camera don't see. 'Cause on those long, long island nights, he's just a small town girl staring out at the city lights. He needs somebody.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous et bienvenue à l'atelier technique inaugural du réseau d'innovation des systèmes alimentaires FSA. Nous sommes ravis de vous accueillir ici à Zowepime pour ces 2 journées d'échange, d'apprentissage et de collaboration.
A very good morning and a very warm welcome to you, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Welcome to the first technical workshop of the Food Systems Innovation Network, an initiative of the Food Security Accelerator. We're delighted to have you with us. Thank you for your patience this morning. Delighted to have you here in Zogbupime for 2 days, which we hope will be full of exchange, learning and collaboration.
Je m'appelle Aurel et je travaille avec Sustainable Solutions for Africa et j'assurerai la modération de cet événement en français.
And my name is Selena, also with Sustainable Solutions for Africa, and I will be your moderator in English. And I apologize in advance whenever I have to pronounce in French.
Afin de rendre cet atelier inclusif, nous avons choisi un format bilingue, avec une alternance entre la modération en français et en anglais, selon les sessions, et une traduction disponible en continu afin que chacun puisse participer confortablement.
For our inclusive workshop format, we will be, as you see happening, moderating in a bilingual format. So we'll alternate between French and English between the different sessions. And of course, translation is available throughout so everyone can participate comfortably.
Le thème de notre atelier est alimentation réelle, impact réel.
The theme of our workshop is real food, real impact.
Au cours de ces 2 journées, nous espérons avoir des échanges très interactifs entre les participants, parmi lesquels des entrepreneurs agroalimentaires, des partenaires techniques et institutionnels, des représentants du gouvernement, des incubateurs et des partenaires du développement, afin de discuter des défis, des leçons apprises et des solutions pour renforcer le secteur de la transformation alimentaire en Afrique. Nous allons explorer des solutions innovantes, mettre en avant les réussites des PME et identifier les politiques et partenariats nécessaires pour accroître l'impact.
Over the next 2 days, we hope to invite you to participate in a highly interactive exchange. We have here agri-food entrepreneurs, technical and institutional partners, representatives of government, incubators and development and partners and funders to discuss challenges, lessons and solutions for strengthening Africa's food processing sector. We hope you will be able to explore innovative solutions, highlight your own MSME success stories, and identify the policies and partnerships needed to reach scale.
Nous vous encourageons à participer activement, à partager vos points de vue et à créer des liens avec vos pairs venus de tout le continent. Votre engagement donnera vie au réseau d'innovation des systèmes alimentaires.
We encourage you to engage actively, share your perspectives, and connect with peers across the continent. It's your engagement that will bring the Food Systems Innovation Network to life.
Cet événement est rendu possible grâce au FSA, Food Security Accelerator, une initiative conjointe de l'Initiative africaine d'adaptation et de Sustainable Solutions for Africa, hébergée par l'UNCDF. Et cet événement est en collaboration avec le gouvernement du Togo. Nous tenons à remercier chaleureusement ces institutions que vous entendrez très bientôt dans le cadre de notre cérémonie d'ouverture.
Our acknowledgements, this event is made possible through the Food Security Accelerator. a joint initiative of the African Adaptation Initiative and Sustainable Solutions for Africa hosted by UNCDF and in collaboration with the government of Togo. We would like to warmly thank these institutions, who you will hear from shortly within our opening ceremony.
C'est donc avec grand plaisir que j'ouvre la parole à nos invités d'honneur pour les allocutions de bienvenue. J'ai l'honneur d'inviter en premier le chef du village de Zogwepime, M. Nukafu, à prononcer son discours de bienvenue. M. Nukafu, vous avez la parole. Merci.
Et bonjour à toutes et à tous. Avant tout, on rend grâce à Dieu pour ce jour si agréable dans ma communauté d'être parmi vous. Aujourd'hui, l'honneur me choisit de vous recevoir et tout d'abord remercier notre directrice de FSA qui a pu amener ce grand forum chez nous. Au nom du village, au nom de la préfecture de l'AV, je vous dis bienvenue. Merci.
Thank you so much for the words of welcome to Zogbepime Chief. Let us now turn to the Mayor of AVE1, Monsieur Mayor Aziabou. The floor is yours.
Permettez-moi tout d'abord de présenter toutes mes excuses pour le retard que j'ai accusé. J'aurais tout donné pour être là à 9 heures, mais un petit empêchement a justifié un peu ce retard. Vous avez vu que Togwinu Kafu, tout à l'heure, l'émotion qui remplissait sa personne est telle qu'il n'a même pas pu trouver les mots pour exprimer sa joie. Et ne pas le comprendre, ce serait être de mauvaise foi. Et donc, je voulais me joindre à lui en disant ceci: Messieurs les représentants des ministres de l'Environnement et des ministres de l'Agriculture, représentant donc les deux ministres au nom du gouvernement qui ont accueilli favorablement cette initiative, le ministre des Transports aussi, le ministre du Commerce, trois ministères. Quand on parle de la sécurité alimentaire, effectivement, ça se justifie. Donc, la présence de trois représentants de ministres dans cette salle montre tout l'intérêt que le gouvernement du Togo accorde à la question, à la problématique de la sécurité alimentaire. Nous ne devons pas en être surpris lorsque nous savons tous les efforts que fait le président du Conseil pour offrir à toute la population togolaise le minimum qui doit lui permettre de bien vivre. Je pense que c'est ce que la présidente du SSA a compris. Et elle s'inscrit dans cette dynamique-là. Pour nous, sans faire trop de discours, nous allons simplement exprimer le souhait et la joie qui est la nôtre. La mienne complète, celle de Togbi Zogopime, de voir quand même dans un village quand même relativement loin de Lomé, accueillir ce panel d'experts venant de tous les pays. Et ce n'est pas la première fois, ce n'est pas la deuxième fois.
It's not the third time, and we understand that this is not the last time. So I would like, with your permission, thank the initiator of this or these events, Ms. Fritas, Sandra. Let's clap for her. Let's clap for her. You know, for us, her choice to come to invest into Wipime makes our district one of the first to receive this sort of facility. And when we are at the end of our mandate and we see this, we say that he has helped us to make something extraordinary for our community. And you who put your trust in her and by accepting her invitation to come here and to share among yourselves and with us your experience on the current situation. We can now retrieve from showing you our respect, and that's to tell you that anytime you come here for such occasion, you come in peace, you have your stay in peace, and you carry out your activities in peace, because our community is in the community of peace, just as Togo itself is fighting to be a peaceful country. Feel at ease here and in family, and everything should take place very well. We didn't want to have a technical speech. We want to express to you our feelings from the deepest side of our hearts, and to tell you welcome to Zubepime, welcome in the district of Ave 1 KV, and next time you come back. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Bakasimbe, the Chief of Department of Environment. This is the representative of the Ministry of Environment. So after the words of the traditional chief and that of the mayor of the district, I will just say that the overview is already been placed. And as for the Ministry of the Environment, we only wish you a warm welcome. And I would, on behalf of the Director of Environment, who was supposed to be here to share with you the speech of the Ministry of Environment and Forest Resources, to present to you her apologies, because right now she is in the meeting with the Ministry of Environment and Forest Resources. So this what justifies her absence among us. And it is an honor for me to represent her here and to present to you her speech. Mr. Mayor of Commune 1 of Ave, Mr. Representative of the Ministry of Agriculture, Mr. Representative of the Ministry of Trade, Honorable Traditional Chief, Mrs. Promoter of this initiative, representative of partners, financial partners, and technical partners, ladies and gentlemen, representative of different ministries and sector invited here, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of the network of innovation of food systems, representative of the NGOs and the civil society, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to wish you, on behalf of the Ministry of Environment and Forest Resources, and on behalf of the Ministry of Environment and Forest Resources, a warm, full welcome to this workshop, which is the first one of the Food System Innovation Network and of Food Security Accelerator, FSA, of the food security. Actually, this current network is taking place where the international community is preparing a great event a great meeting that will gather head of states and United Nations systems and universities and organizations, NGOs, and members of the civil society that will meet at the 30th COP, the 30th Convention for the fight against climate changes that we call the COP30 that will take place in Brazil. During this meeting, essential questions such as those that have impact on the future of the world will be discussed. Among these questions will be debated the priorities regarding adaptation to the climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, the climate changes are no more to be presented. We all know them because their impact does not spare anyone. The coastal communities, the farming world, the sector of development, the ecosystems, they are all hardly impacted by the negative effects. And the efforts of countries, particularly the least advanced and the islands, are in jeopardy because they are the more vulnerable to the climate change. Regarding this situation, there's a need to act in order to ensure the sustainable development and life on Earth. It's in this framework of the research of solution that Togo, in its contributions at the national level, the revised global objectivities, has a very important place in the adaptation in general and the farming resilience and the food system in particular. It is for this that the Ministry of Environment and Forest Resources is grateful to all the partners that are taking part to innovate in the food systems with the objective to improve the access and the efficiency of nutrition and the creation of local values. The implementation of this initiative, for sure, will end up on the establishment of an operational mechanism in order to support the micro, the small, and average companies and the partners of development, which are the guarantees for food security in the context of climate change in Africa. In this order, you are all invited to analyze in a deep way the food system innovation network in order to bring your different and precious contribution to the improvement and quality of this system. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, it is on this note that I wish you once again a wonderful stay in our country, Togo, as the mayor has said it. And also a good stay in this village that you wish that you feel as in your own house. It's on this note that I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
And now let's go to the lady who brought us all here, Madame Sandra Freitas from FSA. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I also lost my voice, maybe a bit of emotion, but also some flu. Donc, Monsieur
So His Excellency, the Chief of Zugwepime, Mr. Mayor of Ave, Dear representative of the Ministries of Agriculture, Environment, and that of Trade, Mr. Directors, General Directors, and founders of companies of financial institutions, dear relatives, in your grade and all protocols observed, I would like to express my gratitude to see you here in the great number, having responded to our invitation for the sustainable solution of Africa and the partners and the initiation. The UN funds that we've gathered together here for the first time on this project of the food security accelerator in Africa. Entrepreneurs that are working in the domain of food security and agriculture. Our objective is to lay emphasis on the questions of agricultural process that are the pillar of the food security. The productivity of the is a problem in Africa. You have to increase the productivity, and once we are able to produce, at times it happens that we lose most of the part of this production because there is no system in place to accelerate the processing and protect and preserve food resources that are essential. It seems important for us regarding the essential role, key role of the MSME play in the processing, agricultural processing, to invite a sample of these companies to think together and mutualize our expertise, our knowledge, our experience in order to stimulate more this segment that needs capacity reinforcement, investment, innovation, restructuration in order to accelerate the food security. It's for us an honor that you have accepted our invitation to be here, not only to come to Togo, but to move the 40 kilometers to come here at Zopepime to take part in this workshop. For us, this project, I will have the time to speak to you about it in detail. It's a very important project. It's a project that wants to be realized in the far remote areas, the areas that, from our point of view, has not been in the development process. So in the general context, it's they are vulnerable, very vulnerable. It's very important that we turn our sight towards these areas in Africa, and so that we invest massively, so that we can stimulate the local economy, stimulate the local growth. But you not only the growth, but also resilience regarding the climate changes and the consequences of the climate changes. So this first project, the prototype, what is important is the facilities with the. It's a multi-dimensional project. The farming or culture is a key pillar of this project. That's why in this project we've organized this forum. We also have some components of the local economic reinforcement of incubators, local incubators. For us, it's an integrated solution, and this workshop is coming to enrich our reflections on the implementation of these projects amidst the communities. We are really grateful for your support, and we hope that we will put into place a network that will keep us together on a platform, and that will help us to reflect broadly and sustainably on the solutions and technical reinforcement of capacity or even investments. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Mrs. Freitas. I'm honored to invite now Mr. Bokota, the Chief of Department of Agriculture, to explain himself. Thank you. Mr. Mayor of Ave District, Traditional Chief of Zogwepime, Mr. Representative of the Initiative of Adaptation in Africa, Mrs. General Manager of Sustainable Solutions of for Africa, representatives of the UN, partners for the Food System Initiative, representatives of the Ministry of Environment and Trade, director of the Ministry of Agriculture, representatives of NGOs and guests. Allow me to transmit to you the greetings of the Ministry of Agriculture. Due to the importance of this event, would like to be among us, but has been stopped from the last moment. He has made us the honor to come here and present this event with you. Receive his greetings, please. I'll not be in the classical speech. My predecessor has said everything. So I only want to add something that in Togo, the agriculture is a pillar or key essential to the economy, as well with the contribution to the national growth and this sector. So that's for this reason that the Ministry of Agriculture has committed to some reforms to change in a sustainable way this sector in a dynamic of promotion of food security through a program that has been named the Pearson for the period of 2017 to 2026. At the end of this implementation of this program, there are some results that have been acquired, but at the same time, the government understood that there are other challenges that are said there, among which the difficulties that Mrs. Freitas has spoken about, which are about the preservation techniques of a process of products. And from these challenges, the government has produced a roadmap, which has helped to get some results in a dynamic that has as target the food security and to reinforce the revenue of farmers. At the end of the implementation of this roadmap, it looks urgent to consolidate the result of this roadmap through a dynamic that has been put in place. And all come from a forum of the producers that have been organized on the invitation of the president of the Ministers' Council in 2023, April 2023, where the stakeholders got a framework to discuss about the challenges and the opportunities. It's at the end of this exercise that the new dynamic has been proposed, which is a new program that is called the Program of Modernization of Agriculture in Togo. This program will have to cover the period of 2025 to 2034. And mind you, in the different aspects of this new program, we take into account the value of agricultural products, where you should put all the dispositions to be able to promote and respond to these expectations, with the farmers are not capable of living from their products. Either they don't have the adequate equipment to preserve their products, and we see that they lose their yields. So it's in this, I cannot just cite all the access to you, but you have to keep in mind that there's a question of valuing the products or local products. And so this current workshop that is gathering us today here, I think it is in this line with these other two events that have been harbored by this framework. It was in 2024, 1st to 24 December, where this project is in operational phase has been presented. So the day this framework has receive people, it was like a dream, but today you are seeing the reality. And so we even acknowledge the efforts that have made us to get into this realization regarding the food security dynamic. So we acknowledge and we wish a successful end to this workshop to consolidate the efforts of the Togo government. Thank you. Now we're going to, I would like if everybody can introduce himself, herself, your institution, so that you can start to know one another. Thank you. You can start with my side here. Yeah.
Bonjour à tous.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sejun Komzo Zen. I'm a director of the promotion of competitivity and exportation at the Ministry of Trade and local consumption. At in our department, we mostly work so that we can bring the Togolese products to the international market and regional, and so that our products be competitive on the market and the national one. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Modest Zida. I'm a head of school, institution, deputy president of the Institute Z3 of an association that handles the development of a village. Good morning, my name is Sylvain Segbeti. I'm an engineer of design, the president of the association of the 300 Association. It's a pleasure for me to participate in this workshop. We are in partnership with FSA on development projects of our country. So it's an honor for us to participate in this workshop for the development of Zogbepimi. Thank you. Thank you. I'm Pastor Louis, Secretary of the said village, Zogbepimi. The Secretary of the Traditional Chief. I'm Constance Togbono. I'm the head of the development of ICAT, Institute of Support and of ICAT, of the Agricultural Technology. Good morning. I'm Simba Lasila. I work for Sustainable African Food in partnership with IFUDI.
And I am with Yolele and with SAF, based in the US and Mali and Senegal. Bonjour.
Good morning. I'm Bonaventure Adama, Prefectural Director of Agriculture of Village Hydraulic and Rural Development in Ave. Thank you. Good morning. I'm Pauline Singbe. I represent Queen Apro, and we train and we assist agricultural entrepreneurs. We also I'm also on a marketing and digital association that helps the development of villages.
My name is Christian Dejo, and I'm from Ghana, and I'm the West Africa Regional Program Director for a US-based organization called Partners in Food Solutions. At Partners in Food Solutions, we work to strengthen the Africa's food processing sector to make available nutritious, affordable, safe food for consumption. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Stephen Okulu. I'm from Ghana. I'm the Managing Director of Inkuleno Industries Limited. We process, we add value to Ghanaian foods and drinks, and we export all over the world. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rama Madiba. I am the managing director of a company called Space AI. I'm from Kenya, and what we do is that we digitalize the dairy value chain, digitizing from the farm gates when farmers produce milk all the way to the consumer so that the stakeholders can have the right data to make the right decisions. Thank you.
Bonjour, moi c'est Martin Cocoisiato.
Morning, I'm Martin Kokwasiato. I'm from the lab of the control of I'm from ITRA. We assist the SMEs in the implementation of the technology of transformation, but also we also assure the quality control of their product on the market. Thank you. Good morning. I'm Manasseh Auda. I'm from Benin. I'm passionate of food transformation, food of transformation. I represent here a company founded with my sister. I know that it is a long term, but we are trying to transform the seasoning of the territory products that we value to nowadays, the ancestral food. Good morning. I'm also from Benin. I represent the Fonio brand, the ancestral Fonio ancestral food that we have here. I'm Isabelle Dossou. I represent Savoie Danton. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mariage Dossa. I'm from Benin, General Director of Emerald AG, an agency that deals with traveling and tourism and agriculture transformation. What we start with for soda beet that we use with kernel data.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Nalan Gade. I'm based in Nairobi, Kenya. I'm a program officer at Sustainable Solutions for Africa. Thank you.
Bonjour à tous.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Naniko Pichab, financial analyst at FSA. I'm from the organization of this event organizers. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mwanj Bagwe. I'm a financial analyst at SSA. I'm also part of this organization of this workshop. Thank you. Good morning. I'm Fiogo Egela Falon. One of the Probac bio that we transform food here into bio that we can also eat. I'm also the promoter of the project. I'm Marcelin Anjou. I work with SSR, especially in a project that Ecoverse, and I'm also assisting the director of Sokode.
Hello everyone, my name is Fumi Ajayi. I am from the UK but currently based in Lomé, Togo, and I am working with Sustainable Solutions for Africa in the Climate Policy Department, and I'm also the event manager for this workshop.
Hello, my name is Martha Mega, and I am supporting the overall coordination and working closely with Fumi for Sustainable Solutions for Africa. Thank you.
Bonjour.
Good morning. I'm Asaja Krokosiche. I'm from Fusek, Togo. Good morning. I'm Sama Kosi. I'm from the National Agency of the Environment. It deals with the assessment of the negative, everything that is regards to innovation on aspects of. Thank you. Good morning. Nyaudeli Akubi Patricia. Support for the agricultural sector. We finance the production until the transformation. I personally am a former entrepreneur of agro food. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I'm Francis Agbemade. I work to the mayor, the town hall, and the cabinet of the mayor at as a mission, in charge of mission. Good morning, everyone. I'm Bassa Ayao Dogbera. I'm planning and development head at the mayor of AV1, the focal point of AV1 project. Good morning, everyone. Jules Dalmida. I'm in charge of the study of the cabinet of May. Good morning, everyone. I'm co-founder of Friandis Co-founder is an Ivory company that treats local products into fruits, confiture, so into natural sweets. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm Fambo Wilfried, administrator of territorial collectivity, especially communes of Ave Prefecture. I'm a specialist in technical development, and in this workshop, I represent the prefect of Ave. Good morning, everyone. I'm Chala Isaka. Proximity. I'm the support financial of a project of the youth. I represent 5 years here at this workshop. Good morning, everyone. I am Mrs. Satakura Maulele, advanced technician of lab at the National Institute of Hygiene. We are reference lab in charge of analysis and quality control of food on microbiology. Good morning, everyone. I'm Senavo Komla. I'm the promoter of the project VIRCA, integrated farm at Achanve. We breed the porks, fowls associated with agriculture. I'm also glad to welcome this great event, and I'm at Zebupime, and I who like really like big meat can where I transform what I do there. Hasha, what we mostly call hasha. It's just at the side. This is just close. Good morning, everyone. I'm Fiogbo Malko. I'm the coordinator of the project Green Afro that is specialized in transformation of vegetables and local spices. Good morning, I'm Bebiri Akubi. I'm the promoter of the Afro project. Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone is doing well. I want to thank you for the invitation. It is a real pleasure to join this rich panel of actors of different countries and sectors. It is a great pleasure. I'm Sokene Nadilen. I'm from Morocco, and I'm an entrepreneur in the agri-tech. I'm a co-founder of the startup Window that deals with the design and the industrialization of a technology that hydroponic that we found elsewhere, that is with the productivity of growth that we do not find in Africa. This technology deals with the local constraints, redesign the local so that to make them available to the farmers to have more productivity, and also to be adapted to the climate change conditions and to the local market conditions. Thank you.
My name is Rashid Ali from Zanzibar, Tanzania. I'm co-founder and managing director of a company called Artif Aquaponic. We grow horticulture crops without using soil. And we grow it for the tourism and the local market in Zanzibar and Tanzania.
Thank you. Bonjour.
Good morning. I'm Oluwaturi Olubake. I work with Catholics Fund.
Is a venture capital investor supporting climate adaptation and climate resilient startups across Africa. And agriculture and food systems are a big part of our investment focus. Over 50% of the 24 investments we've made are in the agriculture and food space. And I'm very honored to be here.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Mtande Costa Tembo, and I am a business development manager from a company called FSA in Zambia. We are a national seed, private seed company that focuses on climate smart seeds of legumes and cereals. And we work with smallholder farmers across Zambia, and we also export to Angola, DRC, and Tanzania. Thank you.
Bonjour.
Good morning. I'm Inko Klazurishime. I'm from Burundi. I'm a financial responsible of a company, Aqua Burundi. We produce and we sell tilapias. Thank you so much.
My name is Frank Mugisha from Uganda, and I run a company called Acton Cloud. You can simply say I make money from waste. We turn organic waste into different value products to make sure that Africa is able to have power and also feed from waste. So we turn waste into animal feeds, organic fertilizer, biodiesel, and biopolymers. So it's a sustainable kind of approach we are using to be able to provide support for farmers throughout the supply chain. And we also provide farmers with ready markets for their produce. Thank you.
Bonjour
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ruketi Traore. I'm from Mali. I'm the director of Hello Alliance, a company that develops the supply chain of forests. What we do is to train ladies, women, and kids so that when they are planting, they become effective producers. That will become an income, and to them is to plant 10 million of trees. That will become an income to those communities as a business for the company. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Yawo Apelite Inda. I'm Director General of FINMA Togo. FINAM is a microfinance institution based in Gabon. The international head office in Gabon. We are in Togo. We are also in Congo. We are in financial inclusion. We fund and SMEs and MSE, whether in agricultural domain or all. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure for your introduction. We will refer to the adaptation initiative on the SSR. I will have the pleasure to invite Madame Louise Stema to take the floor.
Thank you, everyone, and good morning. My name is Lise Postema. I'm a private sector and adaptation specialist at the AAI, and it's an absolute honor and pleasure to be here. I got really excited during the round of introductions. I already knew everyone that was coming, but just to reiterate the appreciation that everyone took the time to be here. So what I'll do very shortly, maybe 20 minutes, is to give a little bit more of a background on what the program that we are here for. Next slide, please. Okay, so let me start with introducing the Africa Adaptation Initiative. You may have noticed we have 4 logos on all the material, and I'm now going to focus on the first one. Next slide, please. So the Africa Adaptation Initiative is the key organization that has received the mandate from AMCEN, the Africa Ministerial Conference on the Environment, to really lead Africa-led adaptation. We have been established during COP21, which was the one that also gave birth to the Paris Agreement. And our mission is really to strengthen collaboration on adaptation across the continent. Through high-level Pan-African and regional dialogues, through large-scale adaptation action on the ground, and also by addressing the adaptation finance gap. It's an initiative for Africa, driven by Africa. When I give the presentation, I always like to say that I'm the only non-African working here. So we're really trying to build capacity of the continent to deal with the challenges that we have. We're extremely honored to have received this high-level political guidance to fulfill that role, and we do everything that we can to live up to that standard. Next slide, please. So when you look at just a little bit about the structure of the AI, and maybe the media team can take me off the slide so that we can see it properly. So why I want to show this is to give you a little bit more of an understanding of what we represent, which people we represent, and to show that actually when you look at our steering committee, which is providing the main guidance to everything that we do, it includes it includes representative of many different areas of the African continent and people. It includes the African Union Commission, the AMCEN Secretariat. It includes representative countries of the 5 different regions, and it also includes representatives of civil society and the NGOs under the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, as well as representatives of the local governments under the United Cities and Local Governments of Africa. We have 2 headquarters, 2 offices, a headquarter in Cairo and an office in Rabat, and I'm sure that we will at some point be moving to sub-Saharan Africa as well. Next slide, please. So just a little bit on what drives the programs and the activities that we are developing is that we understand that Africa's adaptation and development needs are daunting, but at the same time that there is a vast potential on the continent that we just need to find a way to properly untap. And we believe that with proper governance, smart finance, the right partnerships, and effective solutions, we can really turn Africa into a world leader in many regards. And we've identified 5 key aspects to make that work. First, strategic responsibility sharing. Not everyone can do everything, and not everyone should do everything. So through multi-stakeholder partnerships and really trying to understand the strengths and the interest and resource of different partners, we try to build coalitions that are most effective, building on the different partners that are already there, and strengthening what they do. We also believe in holistic vulnerability management, so not sectoral approaches, not piecemeal approaches, but really, and we'll discuss that a bit more tomorrow when we dive deeper into the Ecoverse program, really tackling interrelated vulnerabilities in different sectors. Then we also believe in private sector and community empowerment. So building the businesses, the MSMEs that we have, providing technical support to communities to establish adaptation projects and improving the enabling environments. To get to scale, we really try to draw in private sector finance. We understand the ability that public resources have in catalyzing private sector, And we're working hard to develop innovative instruments, providing capacity building to make that happen. Lastly, we focus on demand-led international partnerships, which basically means that partnerships that work for Africa, that really fulfill our needs, that are long-term sustainable in terms of the impacts that they have for the African continent, focusing on knowledge sharing, technology exchange, and resource mobilization. Next slide, please. So what are our priority areas? First of all, we represent Africa in international negotiations and high-level events. Our staff supports the African group of negotiators on climate change. And we also try to voice the African narrative on adaptation action, needs and priorities. For example, we support African experts and scientists to really bring their voice on what they feel is necessary in adaptation to the forefront, developing reports and sharing that in a way to ensure that the African narrative and not just our Western actors dominates what is being implemented in Africa. We also work to bridge the adaptation finance gap, and we do that through different programs. One of them is the Adaptation Finance Academy, which is a holistic program that supports capacity building, project development, and resource mobilization. If you take a walk, you see a building that is being built right there. That will be the headquarters of the Adaptation Finance Academy. So we're busy in growing that project because we've received a lot of requests, and we're very excited to see that what we're doing really fits the needs of the continent. Then we have the Ecoverse program, and you'll hear a bit more about that tomorrow evening. But it's really a holistic program that tries to climate-proof rural development hotspots. Basically, where you're at, as our boss Sander Veit has already mentioned, is the prototype of the Ecoverse program. It includes housing, infrastructure, incubators, agri-processing, and so much more. Then we invest in state-of-the-art food system entrepreneurs, and this is the FSA, the Food Security Accelerator Program, which is where this workshop is organized under. And lastly, what we also try to do is utilize innovations of the fourth industrial revolution, AI, technological advances to support adaptation action. Next slide, please. So let's focus a little bit more on the Food Security Accelerator. The abbreviation, as you may probably know, is FSA. So refer to it as FSA at the moment. So FSA is an Africa-wide program, and it has been strategically designed to really invest in climate-adaptive food system solutions. And we particularly focus on nature-positive, adaptation-centric businesses in Africa, and trying to support them in growing and making an impact in the wider community. The aim is to overcome key barriers and investment constraints that many actors in the agri-food sector are facing. Next slide. So what is the value proposition of FSA? So what we're trying to achieve is to really provide strategic, innovative financing solutions that support agricultural transformation and increased productivity in Africa. And that can only be done, as we all know, if you're also climate resilient. So there are three main objectives of the program. First, we aim to create an enabling environment for investments, for innovation in the food system sector by identifying specific solutions. Second, we aim to catalyze investments and innovation to enhance adaptation, resilience, and the overall functioning of the African food system by both doing direct investments as well as investing in funds and supporting them to further invest in agri-food companies. Lastly, and very importantly, we also aim to facilitate locally led actions for sustainable economic transition, understanding that we need to do a lot bottom up, and our communities are already doing a lot, but they need support to properly implement what they need. Next slide. So FSA has a lot of different activity areas that are also related to different stages of investment readiness, investment, and then upscaling. So first of all, we are working to propel investments by doing research and by identifying specific technologies and solutions that work well and the context in which they work well. Secondly, we work to de-risk African investment funds to enable investments by them in agri-food entrepreneurs. So we have two models. The first one is supporting the funds, which is like a fund of fund model. The second model is direct investments in high potential companies. And some of the companies that we are working to support are present today. And you'll hear more about them specifically on what they're doing. When we are supporting companies and when we are supporting investment funds, we also provide technical assistance to make them ready for investments, to make them meet certain needs. For example, later this week, we will be discussing with some of the companies we're supporting environmental and social safety issues and how they can go about working on those areas. Based on some of the examples that we are working with, we're also identifying and developing investment models that can then be scaled up, showing people what works, what the returns of investments are, what the type of financial instruments are that are necessary, and hopefully using that knowledge to bring in more investments in similar activities in other regions or companies. We also aim to really build African talent and enterprises and make that known to the world. We aim to scale up and improve what we're doing at the continent and basically share that knowledge, expertise, do peer learning and exchange. And lastly, we aim to promote knowledge sharing and network building, which is one of the reasons why we're here. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later. Next slide. So when we go to direct investments, FSA is really using an end-to-end support model where and when I talk about direct investments, I mean investments in specific high potential companies. We're really trying to support them throughout the entire process, delivering the technical assistance that they need in order to get viable business models and access finance. So we identify potential investments, potential businesses that we can work with through calls for proposals. We prioritize and select investment projects that have impacts in the areas that we mentioned. They are, for example, have a strong nature positive focus, have a strong resilience focus, have different elements. For example, of course, gender is very important to us. And of course, the feasibility, financial feasibility is an element that is very important. We do feasibility assessments. We support business plan development. So we try to work with companies to understand, okay, what exactly is it that you need and how can we work together to deliver the finance in ways that are most sustainable and effective. We engage with stakeholders. We do our due diligence. And then we are working to basically get the approvals and get arrangements in place. We also support the development of market strategies, offtake agreements, different things. It's very demand-led. So for different companies, we're supporting different aspects. And then there's the final technical design and capacity building before we make the actual financial transaction. Next slide, please. Elon, next slide. Thank you. So what are we going to do this week? So this week, and you probably already know a little bit about it, is our first technical workshop of the Food Security Accelerator, and in particularly of the Food Security Accelerator Food System Innovation Network. And this innovation network, we are in the first stages of development. So one of the things that we will do this week is actually discuss what is the relevance of such a network, what is your needs in terms of connectivity, information, access, and how can we develop a network that fits those needs. So the aims of this two-day workshop is to establish this network as a platform for collaboration and knowledge sharing, to facilitate in-depth technical exchange and peer learning amongst everyone present here today, to explore practical solutions and highlight scalable innovations for food processing, packaging, and system efficiency that also meet consumer needs. So we're really trying for ourselves and for many of the partners around the table to increase our understanding of what are the type of solutions that we should try to support and invest in. We also try to deepen our understanding this week of what are the challenges, the systematic, structural barriers that exist that limit investment readiness of enterprises, and how can we work with different actors around the table, technical actors, policy actors, to support a better enabling environment in terms of policy, supporting capacity building, market linkages. How can we make Africa's food system work for the companies in there? Then we also are looking ahead. How can we use this workshop to define priorities and to generate actionable insights and case examples that we can then use when we are engaging in other fora or forums that are used to share knowledge, to build partnerships. So really trying to, basically learn from what we're doing here today and tomorrow, and to make sure that all the insights generated will have impact either in our program or in the work of other partners through knowledge sharing. Next slide, please. So now we ask a little bit from you. So one of the things that we are doing currently is to really very critically assess what is the space of the food security accelerator in the ecosystem of financial actors and in the broader ecosystem of the agri-food space. And for that, we have developed a small market study that we would really like your inputs on to make us better understand the value addition of a program as ourselves, and to be able to respond to that in the way that we are going to further shape it in the future. So there's a QR code on the screen, and I hope, and I will invite you to basically scan the QR code with your phones, and then you'll be taken to a very small questionnaire to get some more inputs from you on some of the questions related to the value addition of FSA. So we'll give maybe 10 minutes. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, okay. So we'll give you some time to do that. Let me know if you have any issues accessing the link, then we can share it in other ways. And then next is a coffee break. So feel free when you're done to go to the tent with the coffee and where the breakfast was as well. And then we will convene again soon. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Louise. Merci.
Thank you so much for this intervention. We have a coffee break. As you're a little bit late, if you have questions for Louise, I would like to invite you to speak directly to Louise during the coffee break. We'll start with a family picture with all the participants. If we can go to the entry so that we can fastly take the picture. And maybe we have a little market here that you can look around. We have kiosk stands for every companies. If you find your company there, is an opportunity for you. If you also brought your products, it's an opportunity for you to show all your products for your company. Thanks to each of us, and thanks to all also of our guest honors. Thank you.
Thank you so much again, distinguished guests, Chief, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Bakatimbe, Mr. Bikota. I hope everyone caught that. We will proceed to a coffee break, but first we would like to invite everyone, while we have our distinguished colleagues, to join a family photo. If you'll just follow us outside, we'll assemble for that family photo. And then also you'll see outside we have the Food Systems Innovation Network First Marketplace. So for the companies that have brought products with them, we'd like to invite you to set up. I know some colleagues were already out there this morning and their wares are on display for everyone to have a look at. And the marketplace will be available in each of the coffee and lunch breaks. So you can please have a look around and see what innovation is happening within the room. But thank you so much. Let's assemble outside.
When the day is over and the limo picks her up, she's got everything. 'Cause on those long, Long Island nights, she's just a small town girl staring out at the city lights. She needs somebody just to hold her tight, to help her make it through those long, long nights. Got face. Get that. I'm just a simple man, don't have much to offer. Just these two hard working hands and a heart that will not falter. Never been that good at saying what I feel inside. Oh, but if I could, I would have you by my side. 'Cause around the clock, no matter what I do, all I'm thinking about is you. All day long and night time too. I got 24 hours love for you. If I found anything that I could not handle, but I never laid my eyes on a girl that could hold a candle. All the things my take home pay won't buy that you deserve. Lots of things I'd like to say if I ever find the nerve. I'll around the clock, no matter what I do. All I'm thinking about is you. All day long and the night time too. I got a 24-hour love for you. Oh, I'm counting the minutes till I get you alone again. Oh, it's never enough, never enough. I don't want it to end. Toss around, all I'm thinking about is you. All day long and the night time too. I got 24 hours. All around the clock, no matter what I do. All I'm thinking about is you. All day long and the night time. I got 24 hours. There I go again. It's about something. When she walks in the room, everybody gets quiet. You can hear hearts start beating inside. And the way that she moves, you just can't deny it. They all wish that they could hold it. You can see it in their eyes. Well, it's something that today was gonna be the day. And I gathered all my courage, all right. One way or another, gonna tell her that I love her. I keep trying every day till I find Maybe put on your office socks, baby. Hold up your old blue jeans. There's a band down at the on the street. One on the road in. I won't ride the bird. I do some more memories. I ain't after your body, baby. I just want you to dance with me. I'm looking for you. That's all I'm waiting. I want to get back like it used to be when our hearts were young and our souls were free. I wanna about you, baby, all night long. Keep up all night long. I gotta know that you were still in our teens. Oh, I feel a lot older now. You still look the same thing. But you don't ever laugh like you used to. And I don't wanna see you blue. You ain't busy tonight and you think it's alright. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be all night long. Hey, it's not like it used to be. Oh, and our hearts were young and free. I'm gonna find you all night. Keep up. All night. Walk out. You know I just can't stand it when you look at me that way. I want you. When so I wanna and just because I asked a friend about her, just because I spoke her name somewhere, just because I rang her number by mistake today, she thinks still can't just because I haunt the same old places where the memory of her lingers everywhere. Just because I'm not the happy guy I used to be. She still care. She's happy. I still need. Let that silly notion bring her cheer. Oh, would she ever be so? Where did she get such an idea? Because I asked a friend about her. Just because I spoke her name somewhere. Just because I saw her, then went all he said. He said, he still. I saw you, and right then and there, I knew I didn't have a prayer. You made the move like a thief in the night, so smooth. You had the time just right. Oh, I felt fast and hard. Once you make your mind up, you really couldn't take the feeling all the way. You want somebody. So tenderly hypnotized. When you look at me, hold me close. Now I'm a part of you. Heaven knows that your aim was true. Cause I felt fast and hard. Once you make your mind up, you want. You want.
hope that everyone enjoyed the coffee break. I hope everyone also had a chance to start looking at the marketplace, which is really coming to life. Managed to try a few quite spicy products out there this morning. But today, let us now proceed with our session. I'd also like to invite, because we have a bit more space, if anyone would like to come closer to the front of the room, please do, so we can feel closer together as a network. But let me now introduce our next session. And we have now basically a presentation of the discussion paper circulated on to the Food Systems Innovation Network on transforming Africa's agri-food processing sector. So we'll shortly go to Madame Sandra Freitas to give us a short presentation of the paper, and then hear some reflections to the paper, to some of the challenges and solutions for African agri-food processors from our wonderful panel. So over to you, Madame Sandra.
Thank you so much. In order to have a rich workshop in substance, we're going to introduce a small study that analyzes the challenges and also the opportunities for this sector, that is the processing, agri-processing. So we had the opportunity to propose this paper to you, and I will give a summary so that we can start the work on this paper. The great questions that we ask ourselves is, what is the central key role of the transformation, the processing in the value chain, or agricultural value chain, or the food security? We all know is Africa continues to export essentially a large part of its agricultural products in a rough way. We produce more than 1% of the markets of processing in the whole world. For a continent, 1/5 or 6, that represents this great proportion of the world, representing 1% of this agricultural product, is a problem. How does this impact us? This impacts because when we sell as a raw material, then we depend on the importation and use our economy of processing, and we are vulnerable on the international market, as we see it, with the different crises from Ukraine, different wars that are multiplying in the world. So this creates tensions at the level of a supply chain of supply, at the level of the importation. So this affects tremendously our economy. In the same time, we consider the sector of processing, and to reinforce the farmers, generally the small holders with the small portion of lands that are very small, maybe 1 hectare, 2 hectares maximum. It's very important to give all the value to this chain, to this part that is the main part of the processing, so that this will enable to control the quality of one's own food and the nutritional quality of food that are put at the disposal of populations. Okay, we don't know the quality of what we import generally. So we need to invest in this sector and invest in the MEM, the micro and minor, and small company, average companies. So it presents 6 ways of solutions. The 6 challenges, I will talk about the 6 challenges, and this might talk to you so that you have the opportunity to react regarding our summary, regarding the presentation of the challenges that most of you face in your domain. First of all, we speak about the capacity questions. So many of our small companies, enterprises that work in the processing, agro processing, are generally weekly exposed to the technological advancements. There's one institution that's the main problem here is the packaging. If you don't have the quality packaging, you cannot attract the clientele, the customers. It is quite difficult to say, but packaging might be of high technology. I don't know. You intervene on this topic. Even if it's an improved technology, more expanded in other countries, it's like in Africa, we have a great challenges regarding the packages. Some of you here also responded to these challenges. Did you find ways more or less accessible? Okay, you can have the opportunity to discuss that in the framework of this workshop. But also there are some challenges regarding productivity or efficiency in the respect of the standard of quality regarding the production of food. The other question is the question of funding. So that the investment will bring revenue to small enterprises that are in this chain. Generally, you have funding institutions, financial institutions that are here. They could also give us some feedback reports on the profit and risk, how they judge the entrepreneurs, but generally the available resources or penalize the small enterprises. You understand in terms of requirements of the financial institutions, in terms of their own fund, the guarantees. You have to give some sort of guarantees. Okay, you have to give a sort of guarantee. So all these penalize some small enterprises, small entrepreneurs. So generally, these small entrepreneurs work with the microfinance, which is not a new thing, but also commercial banks have a rate that is not for small entrepreneurs, because when you are small, you start with the debts, it's the loans. When you are a small company, you don't start with the debts. Generally, our small enterprises are exposed to instruments that big companies use. Okay, so the risk capital also, which investor will take some risk, and the small resources are not generally, these resources are not generally available. We take debts when you grow up, when we are growing up, so you can respond to the debt or the loan. But when you start as a small company and you take the debts very early, this can hinder your growth. So the availability of the credit or loans that are available is another element as a challenge. Also, there are many here in the informal domain and sectors that are very vulnerable to the climate change, because most of the farmers are relies on the raining, and they are vulnerable to climate change. So even when you have the production, you have the yields, how do we preserve or protect these crops so that we preserve the quality and the quality is not affected? So the question of food security today in Africa, more than a billion people cannot afford dish. Okay, safe dish. It's not only only need to eat, but you have to see the quality, the needs for a good growth. I have a friend that I met who is also in this room. We were discussing last week. We were talking about this workshop. It's Mr. Manasseh. What did you tell me? That you told me that in many countries there are studies that show that if children grow very fast, because in Western countries, advanced countries, regarding the hormonal system, It's only in Africa, the children, they don't grow, okay, in terms of heights, and so because the quality of the food is not up to the expectation, the need. So this is an observation studies, not statistics, but it looks like we have observation of the kind. So that of the potential. Should we provide those who are more vulnerable, those who are at the bottom of the pyramids? Okay, it's not really the class of the rich people or the average group, but the low level, they are the majority that suffer. And we all know that with the emergence of the average class, we have a change in terms of needs regarding the people. Children want to eat only hamburger. They don't want to eat local fruit. They don't want to eat sorghum. So how do we proceed in the terms of processing of products so that we can give them this desire? We tasted some products and we see that there are potentials in the domain. So to help those who are most in need of this, those who are at the low parts of the pyramids, how can we provide quality food for these our people, vulnerable people? Is it possible? The question of packaging that's spoken about is very essential. And now, how through alliances or partnerships, we could reinforce the access to the markets. So for us, is this board that shows in a way or summarizes the challenges that our small enterprises face, the efficiency, the access to the finances, the integration, so that it not stay into the small farms, and to interest the investments, how to protect the nutritional quality of our food, how to produce for our people in the chain of production, which is affordable for those who are in most need of that, how to seduce partnership opportunities and have access to the market. So in our research also, we identified some potential ways of solution. So how can we potentially solve the problem? Yeah, we are in the theory, but your experience that you share with us will help us to be more connected to your experience, because you have done what have you done in your case, and what are you trying to do to respond to these challenges, to go beyond the barriers. So as we say, there are many solutions for the great companies, but how to adapt the small enterprises to, I've made the round. You've heard people saying that there are some companies that export, but also there are some companies that we identified on the local base. And these entrepreneurs that started their company in less than 6 months, and they are in villages where there are maybe no economy. So you have to do this question so that they understand what they can do to grow, or what they are doing to grow, and how can we use this solution and adapt it to a number of companies regarding their level of maturity and their position in the value chain, and positioning in the local level. You can't have a solution that works for all, but we can work with varieties of solutions. How can we work on opportunities in which an investor or a banker or a financial expert will feel at ease, comfortable? Today, there are some financial structures where we're trying to reduce the weight or the cost of the resource, how to mix this with the traders to reduce the cost, and what strategies or strategies you can work on together so that you can give to the SMEs the capacity, MSCs, the capacity to reinforce and get out of these challenges. The partnership through the chain, from the farmer up to the processor to the financial institutions, and how to make available the products. Okay, the policy makers. That's why we invited in the context of Togo political actors, not only the Ministry of Agriculture but also National Institutes of Research, the Hygiene Institutes, National Institutes, and the dissemination of the whole system. You need a system to make the investments bankable. Okay, suppose that will be supported financially. So to also propose capacity technical support to reinforce the link with the producers, smallholders. This workshop will focus on processes, but there's also a connection with the producers, the farmers. The question of food security for safer and healthier dishes, so that those who have less resources, they could also afford to feed themselves in the quality manner. Okay, this is what the food security is about. When we produce, when we transform, how do we include the national, the market at the national level and the international level? How do you prepare to go towards these people? In the context where digitalization is taking much impact, what is the level regarding the technologies that are developing every day? So that's what I want to share with you as a reflection, initial reflection, that will summarize the paper that we shared with you. The idea is to give you the opportunity as actors, stakeholders of the field, stakeholders, to react and to speak, to share your experience with us, so that we can form the network of stakeholders that you want to put into place. Thank you.
And as you just said, let's now start a conversation. So let's start to hear from some of the participants' reactions to some of the themes you've just heard. What are the challenges that you have experienced? What are opportunities? What have you done as small companies? Or what could partners such as government, technical, policy partners, funding partners do to actually help MSMEs in the agri-food processing sector? So for our first reflection, we would like to go to Mr. Ezin from the Ministry of Trade, Crafts and Local Consumption. We'd love to hear your reflections on some of these challenges and the ministry's role in addressing them.
Thank you so much for giving me the floor. It's an honor for me to represent the Ministry of Trade to contribute to the reflection on these topics of food resilience, which concerns practically most of the countries, less developed countries as our country. So to start, to react to the challenges, I think the challenges that have been presented are very real. As when I take the challenge on the packaging, and the packaging is connected to the product, which is inside, which is inside the packaging. The challenges of finance. And regarding these two challenges, I think the finance or the funding is at the roots of the challenge on the packaging. Because if the farmer has adequate funding, they can solve the problem of packaging, because you need to produce packaging that are at a cost that are adapted to the farmer's pockets. So regarding my own experience, the SMEs that we accompany generally, this problem is recurrent, because among those that we support, there are some who has reported to this challenge. I know very well a company, when she started, the lady started to produce, she didn't hesitate to put in the means, appropriate means, to really produce the packaging that responds to the product, so like she can export. So the lady produces in Togo, but she exports to the American market. But the difference with this market is that the packaging is very costly, and also the finance, the challenge of financing also, apart from the packaging, is also connected to the production because our SMEs, let's take the case of Togo, and with the experience that we have with some producers in the western, the regional level, the ECOWAS. So the processing is not the objective of many companies. So the SMEs that we accompany have difficulty to transform the product. Last time, we were in the Hotel de Février for a dialogue with the private sector and with the states. This topic always came. So they had difficulty to have this solution. So producers say that they have this lack of finance is very crucial. So this a key points in the challenges that the farmers meet at the national level. And at the level of the states, there are a lot of efforts that are being made. The representative of the Ministry of Agriculture said it today. There are efforts made in this sense. And at the level of the Ministry of Trade, in the framework of the strategy is the World Trade Organization that help to support the chain value of some countries, including our country. So in case of this framework, it helps to support producers in this sense. So in Togo, we have to work on the soya. Today, Togo is the country which export the soya, organic soya. We also export in this framework. We also support the production of the cashew. These are structured crops that are accompany in the integrated framework where we support to get the necessary funding. So this is why in Togo, we have known the boom of soya exportation. And also the framework was able to reinforce the sector of production of pineapples. So these are some concrete examples that I can give. Even today, we are still working with partners, JZ, through the project of the promotion of some private sector in Togo, where we accompany, you give support to farmers through different access, such as access to the raw material, such as access to funding. So there's a component that is dedicated to the funding through this project whereby we work so that we can support the small companies to have the necessary funding or to put the SMEs in relation with the bankers of banking institutions so that they have the necessary elements to reinforce their productivity. And personally, at the level of the ministry, we also work. Last time I was with one of the clerk of a bank clerk at the national level, where we've been thinking about the issue how they could supply the necessary funding for the SMEs as oriented to the exportation, because the market versus exportation is much more controlled. More we produce to supply the market. So there we have more insurance to be able to pay back the loan or the credit that the SME has contracted. So there's a work that is being done in this sense right now. So to summarize, I would say the funding is the basis of the other challenges that we meet. But the other aspect that you have to talk about also the reinforcement of capacity, the capacity building. There are many small companies that through different means, after training in entrepreneurship, they decided to launch their companies without knowing really the controls or the requirements of this international trade. So at the level of the Ministry of Trade, there's a department that have been created for the promotion of the competitivity and the exportation, which is connected to the mission of the roadmap of the president of the council, Mr. Council, which want to make Togo a hub of exportation at the national and international level through the quality of the products. So this noticeable will to accompany the level of the national markets. So in this framework, in the framework of the project that I spoke about, we are working to reinforce the capacity of the SMEs that want to have access to the regional markets and the international markets. So the first point, as it has been underlined, if you don't process our local products, agricultural products, you have to know where we have to go to send them. So in this sense, we are training the SMEs to use the tools that have been developed at the level of the international trading organization, and to be able to use these tools to do analysis to be able to respond to the market. We have trained more than 200 SMEs and this small entrepreneurs in this sense. So we are getting to the end of the project. So we are saying that we are helping these SMEs, we are supporting them. So after that, what will be the follow-up? So we thought about training cabinets that will support the technical support to these SMEs for the market, international markets. So we're using these tools to help the entrepreneurs who want to do in the processing of products to see where they can export them. This also will help them to assess the international market to see which type of product I will process or transform so that I have access to this sort of customers. So that's what we do in the background to be able to support the SMEs to see what to transform. So after the transformation or processing, you also have to be able to sell. So we are training them also in the techniques or selling techniques in the exports domain. We are developing a project in the framework of protocol to train the starters and the intermediates entrepreneurs to on the basis on analysis of the market, how to have access to the market and how to get into the market and how to stay sustainably on the market in the global way. And particularly with another project of the Ministry of Trade, we are developing some guidelines, some booklets on the agro food to talk about their peers, colleagues, and the international level. So these documents will be used, and very soon in the audits level, we are going to have the fair in Algeria, continental fair in Algeria, to put into connection agro-food producers and their peers. And also with the case of Prima project, we want to develop some guides, some booklets. Generally, many SMEs have advocated to get access to the regional markets. When we discuss with them, some of them say that it's quite easy for them to export towards the United States and their partners there, rather than exporting to Benin or Burkina Faso, their neighboring countries. So we are trying to elaborate guides that will be used by the small exporters for them to export their agro food, because the mechanism do the same for the exportation of raw products than the processed food products. So you have to respond to some requirements in terms of quality, in terms of content of the products, in terms of rules of origin. So there are many different actions that you have to integrate, and we are working specifically with the different partners to support these SMEs that are in the domain of agro-food. So not to keep the speech for me alone, I would say that regarding the markets, national markets, there is a system that is put into place where if you don't respond to these requirements, you cannot go into the markets, international markets, like the Hygiene Institute, National Hygiene Institute, for them to see the conformity in terms of quality of our products. And once you've gone through this assessment, this analysis, then you get to the Ministry of Trade so that they'll give you the authorization to put your product on the market. And this goes into the food security at the national level. Recently, you see that there's an incident in the region where a lady sold the products that took the life of many, caused the life of many people. So the Ministry of the Trade is working in this sense. We don't work alone. We work together with the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Security, Ministry of Health, and other structures, private structures as para-state institutions. So I'm stopping here to give back the floor to the participants.
Ezine, for sharing those initiatives from the ministry side, some reflections on the finance, the capacity building, and also market access. I think what will be very interesting now is to hear the perspective of a food producer processor company. So we'll actually hear from two. I'd like to go first to Mr. Steve Oklu, who's the managing director of Nukulenu Industries and has been very successful, I think, in tackling some of these challenges. So we'd love to hear your experiences. And then we'll have a pre-prepared statement from another food processing company. But first, over to you, Mr. Oklu.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for having me here. Nukulenu Industries has been in this space for 83 years. So we've gone through a lot of transformation. We've seen a lot of the problems. And what has made us successful in dealing with the problems has been creativity. Now, some of the problems when the company started was raw material, getting raw material all year round, fluctuating prices, the right packaging at an affordable price, standards for export markets, equipment, the right equipment, because our company basically deals with indigenous foods, and we add value to indigenous foods. Now, when you're dealing with indigenous foods, when the company started, we have in Ghana, we have what they call palm soup, which comes from the oil palm, which is like a soup. The challenge at that time was getting even the right equipment to scale up, because the founder of the company, or what the company does is, we don't try to get away from the preparation of the product. What I mean by that is, if you take palm soup, for instance, they get an oil palm, they cook it, and then they pound it in a mortar. When they pound it in a mortar, then they extract the pulp, which is what is used. Now, anytime we take a product, we try to scale it up, but do not want to lose the traditional method of doing the product. So the first challenge was, how do you take a product like that, that is a mortar to pound, to be able to mechanize it so that it is hygienic and can produce the volumes for the export market. So, so at the time, the founder's husband was an engineer, so they had to look at the available equipment at the time. And the closest to that, because you couldn't even go to Europe to buy it, because these are traditional foods you're processing. It's not like cornflakes or anything. So they looked around. At the time, there was a bread machine or something that was mixing the dough. And so that is what they converted and then used. Now things have moved on, and now we get proper equipment to do what we want to do. But I still have certain problems, like we do something they call akplen, they always know akplen or fufu or banku, where it's still, yeah, you still have to use the manual. The ladies use the manual stick to really do it. If you don't do it well, you have lumps and all that. Now, how do you commercialize something like that? That was also another difficult thing. And all the engineers that we spoke to locally thought it was impossible or didn't have any idea. So after a year or two, what we did was I took a video of the whole process and then sent it to China. And they looked at the process and then said, this machine will do the job. And I said, are you sure? And they said, well, that's what they used to make toffees. And so you can vary the speed, you can do this, you can do that. And so we took a gamble. We bought a machine, we brought it down, and bingo, it was perfect. So with that, we are able to produce a lot of other products using that type of equipment. When it comes to packaging also, yes, packaging has always been, when we started, packaging was like 60% of the cost of the product. So what do you do in a situation like that? The products that we already had using that packaging, we continued because that is what was fetching us income. But the new products, we look at the cost of the packaging and then use that to determine whether we are touching this product or not that product. Now, what we realized is if we went for fermented foods, which is a type of preservation that our forefathers were doing, they were fermenting their foods to preserve it because they didn't have fridges or anything. So we realized that with fermented foods, you could use a cheaper packaging than non-fermented foods. So our later products, we moved on to fermented foods and dried foods, where the packaging material is far, far, far cheaper than what we're using like the bottles or the cans. So that is how we sort of try to solve the packaging problem. Finance has also been an issue, which is always an issue in this part of the world. I come from Ghana, where cost of finance is above 30% if you go to the bank to borrow money. And how do you get past that? Because that is also, if you don't have that much money, you don't want to be working for the bank. So what I did, or what we did at the time, was to go to our reliable buyers and said, you know something, I know you want, you know my product is good. You want a stable price because then you can plan. So I'll give you a 5-year guarantee. I'm going to hold prices if you would pre-finance the production. And that was a win-win situation. So going forward, anything they ordered, they pre-financed it. And I had to hold my prices for 5 years. So that was a way getting around the financial thing. Then you also have, and it's good to come to forums like this where you meet all sorts of people. And there are people here who could change your lives even with financing. I mean, one person is Christian, the Partners for Food Solutions, because they came in, they gave us expertise because we're exporting. So if you're exporting to the US and the UK, you must meet their standards, which are higher than the standards in Africa. And sometimes you don't have the consultants who have all the knowledge. So now, partnering with Partners for Food Solutions, they helped us and upgraded us, so we're able to easily export abroad without the headaches of your goods being impounded and all that. Also, they helped us with a facility where it's a 0% interest rate, but you just pay for processing. So what I'm saying is that when you come to places like this, and if you have somebody like that sitting there, you might not know, but it opens your eyes to other opportunities that are available to everyone. You have all sorts of companies that are willing to help food processors as part of their CSRs. And so the thing is to continue researching, continuously looking out for people like that, because they are there. People are maybe giving them money to help people like us make a difference as a way of giving back to society. So we should have to continuously look for things like that because it is there, it's available. Now, raw material supply was also an issue. And because during the bumper season, you have a lot of products, during the lean season, none.
So what we had to do was come into partnerships with some of the farmers. In fact, we tried going into farming ourselves, and we lost a lot of money. Because unfortunately, I'm not saying every farmer is like that, but unfortunately, they will sell to you during the lean season when the prices are high, and during the bumper season when the prices are low, they divert the fruits. Or you give them money to produce for you, and they come back with the stories, and then you lose all your money. So we have partnerships with them, and then we guarantee them that whatever they produce, bumper or lane, we will pay cash for it once you bring it to us. And so that's also, some of the farmers, they like that because of the problems they had during the bumper season. And to be able to do that, we also had to work with the buyers. So that also comes into choosing our products that we are going to produce. We don't, when it started, yes, the founder was a lady who was emotional and all that. So, oh yes, I want my children to grow healthy and everything, which is fine. But oh yeah, I think this product to do. But now we've changed it such that we have the research department, research and R&D. So we go to the suppliers and say, what products do you have demand for that you don't have supply for? Then they give us a long list of products that they want, that they have demand for, but they don't have supply for. Then we come back and reverse engineer and then come up with samples and then produce those products for them. By doing so, you are guaranteed the market because they asked you what they wanted. And then with that, we then go back and then promise the volumes to the farmers. And so that way, the farmer knows that he can scale up and whatever he produces, everything will be bought. And I also know that I have a ready market which will buy whatever I produce. So that is how we now choose our products. It's not based on our personal emotions of, I think this will sell. As I go to them, what would sell? You tell me what will sell. Something like the kinky that we do. It wasn't our product. We've never done it before. But it was the buyer who said, I need this product with a 2-year shelf life. Now, anybody who knows that product knows that you cannot keep that product beyond 5 days if it's not in the fridge. But because we've been able to stabilize palm wine, I don't know those who know palm wine, it gave us the technology to be able to use to stabilize something like kenke without any preservatives or additives. Nothing at all. And so they wanted 2-year shelf life so that if even it takes a year to get to them, they still have 1 year to sell the product. And so products like that came from the buyers asking us that they have supply for this, but they have demand, but they don't have suppliers. So now that is what we do. We go for companies, tell them that what do you want that you don't have supplies for. So those are things to help us with our marketing, because marketing can become very expensive. When we did the palm soup base, we were the inventors of that canned palm soup base. And it took us about 20 years for it to be accepted in the market. And so that was a big lesson to us. That although it was a brilliant product, the people who were going to consume it were not ready for it at the time. After 20 years, now there's excess demand for the product. But can I now wait if I introduce a new product and wait for another 10 years for people to want to buy it? And so that is why we changed that model. So these are some of the things that we've done that have enabled us to survive all this time. And we continuously think about new things. And there are so many platforms out there for affordable equipment. There's so many out there which, also unfortunately, are cheaper than what our local engineers will produce and of a better quality. So it's left to you to look at it and then merge the two. And then that will take care of, and then we also go for equipment that we can expand, and then equipment that can do multiple products. So that if I get one equipment, I can use it for 4 different products. So I don't have to be buying new equipment anytime I introduce a new product. So that is also one of the strategies that we sort of use to sort of stay in business. So there's a lot more, but it's going to take, it can take hours to say everything. So I think I'll just finish it here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oklu. Like you said, so many lessons there, but I particularly like the call to reach out to the network. As you said, that Inkuleno has been a beneficiary of networks, of finding partners at events like this. And this is exactly what we also hope to achieve here today. So with your 83 years of experience, I'm sure people will be reaching out in the breaks to continue sharing those lessons. We'll now have a pre-prepared statement from one of our other food processing companies. Mr. Patrick Maboshe, the founder and CEO of Kembe Business Ventures in Zambia, was not able to be here, but he did send some remarks. So they'll be read out now by Martha. So Martha, you have the floor.
Thank you. So this is the statement by Mr. Patrick Maboshe, Chief Executive Officer from Kembe Business from Zambia. So this is an additional input on things that we have said early on. I'll start. The Ministry of Agriculture of Togo representative, the organizers, Africa Adaptation Initiative representatives, the Sustainable Solutions for Africa representative, the United Nations Capital Development Fund representative, the partners in food solutions, members of the press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, from different agri-food technical experts, founders, policymakers, farmers, government departments, etc., NGOs, and etc. I am delighted to welcome you to the first ever technical workshop of the Food Security Accelerator, Food System Innovation Network in Lomé, Togo for 2025. Some of you have traveled long distances from country to country to be with us here in Togo. All of you have made time in your very busy schedule to be here. Thank you for coming. I believe you will find the workshop very interactive. Around the world, there are 500 million smallholders farms. Most smallholders and their dependents, some 2 billion women, men and children, live in poverty. In much of Africa, small farms still account for the largest share of agricultural output. It is also estimated that small farms provide as much as 80% of the food locally consumed in Africa. As food security continues to affect over 280 million people across Africa continent, new initiatives are emerging that aim to transform agricultural production at scale. Among them is African Food Security, a New York-based agribusiness company now operating expensive farms in Africa with a stated commitment to sustainability and local development. Agriculture is the backbone of Africa's economy and remains a major contributor to Africa's gross domestic product and a major employer of more than half of a total workforce of million of smallholder farmers who are mainly women farmers. They produce about 70% of the food we eat in our tables, including in this workshop, playing a very bigger role in addressing food security. Every day, smallholder farmers around Africa contribute to the health and well-being of our communities by growing nutritious food and are a pillar of food security in African countries. We all depend on smallholder farmers to contribute to produce food for our populations. When the smallholder farmers succeed, economies grow. Supporting smallholder farmers is not an option for government leaders. It is a necessity for the transformation of our food security. We must improve the conditions of food producers. We are the true generators of wealth and establishment of infrastructure for the processing of crops, to add value to increase the profit of the smallholder farmers. Smallholder farmers' challenges such as linking to modern value chains because of their low volume of sales. Poor market information, contacts, and limited ability to meet the high standard requirements of many high-value markets. Cope with climate change, satisfy customers' changing tastes and expectations, meet rising demand for more food of higher quality, invest in farm productivity, lower levels of public investment in agriculture. Most poor farmers are not directly linked to target markets due to remote areas, poor road networks, and have no platform for marketers to locate them, do most of the work, yet earn very little. Adding that, there is little to show for what farmers do, yet they face most of the challenges in the agro world. Despite abundant harvests, Africa wastes millions of tons of crops yearly due to weak processing, storage, and market links, costing billions and harming farmers produce rots. Not from lack of effort, but because value addition infrastructure is missing. Post-harvest, losses hit 30 to 40% annually, especially for perishables, reducing incomes and food security. In many African countries, we are still struggling with hunger due to post-harvesting losses. Crops just rot at the farm gate simply due to poor market access and weak value chain. For us to transform Africa's food security and economy, we need to create jobs for young, jobless people. In the agriculture sector, we must first transform farming into sustainable agribusiness enterprises through education, empowerment, access to farming resources, fundings, storage, market support, and other issues such as ready markets, transportation, distribution, process, and working towards increasing farmers' access to the available markets, including the national, regional, and international markets. Linking and bringing all smallholder farmers together under the organization helps the various agencies, investors, governments, manufacturing companies, NGOs, easy access to help address numerous challenges facing smallholder farmers, and an effective measure that will aid in reducing poverty, unemployment, and hunger in Africa. In Africa, it is about time we dealt with the stigma that farmers are poor and farming is not a good venture to go into. We need to advocate to change the world that farmers are poor, farmers do most of the works, yet earn very little. There's the need to throw the spotlight a little more on the business side of agriculture. That's why farmers organizations should connect all farmers to agro-value chain players in Africa at large, so that they can easily distribute the needed raw materials, resources, assistance, support, trainings, skills, and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, those of us here today know that farming is the answer to increase food production, both globally and in rural areas of developing countries. Smallholder agriculture is a way for poor rural people to feed themselves and their neighbors. The micro, small, and medium enterprises sector has been recognized as engine of growth all over the world. Many countries of the world have established ministries of departments, development agencies to coordinate and oversee all government interventions in respect of the development of the sector from marketing, export promotion, international cooperation, schemes to incentive as a way to generating income, creating new opportunities for people of today to become the entrepreneurs of today, not tomorrow. Government should collaborate with stakeholders that are willing to supplement government efforts in providing relief to vulnerable small-scale farmers. Africa indeed blessed with favorable climate, good environment, with relative potential and readily available market for most of the agro products with our regional markets. Food security and nutrition remains critically important in balancing up economy stability. In this regard, African governments should put in place measures to support industry activities, such as the establishment of industrial parks, making some provisions of good effects to sector-specific investment incentives, which are aimed to promoting cross-business linkages among the various investors and business players alike. African governments should promote small and medium enterprises in both rural and urban areas to enhance labor-intensive light manufacturing activities in these areas, thereby creating a great need for food agribusinesses models, which this nation urgently requires. Food processing is a major driver of local economy, creating supplier linkage for hundreds of farmers and helping to reduce poverty rural areas of our African countries. As population increases across Africa countries and millions of people continue to face food insecurity, the demand for food has never been greater. Yet, small local processors have difficulties producing high quality, affordable, and nutritious products that meet food safety standards and regulatory requirements due to a lack of technical business knowledge and investment support. Most small-scale agro processors have no formal training on good processing practices. They acquire knowledge and skills in processing from friends, their parents who had been processing agricultural products. Access to agro-processing training will encourage farmers to grow more crops and agro-processing industries, agro-processing training in food processing techniques. Food safety and quality, food packaging and labeling are beneficial as it is enhancing work skills. African local agro-processing is a game changer. It is a sustainable way in which investors can work with farmers to reduce food waste and boost food security. However, agriculture alone is not enough to bring about the much needed development, hence the need to link agriculture to agro-processing. The potential for agro-processing industrial development in Africa is largely associated to the relative abundance of agricultural raw materials and low-cost labor. The most suitable industries are those that make intensive use of these abundant raw materials and unskilled labor. The agro-processing subsector basically provides an opportunity for producers to engage in small-scale processing. The growth of the agro-processing sector anywhere in Africa cannot be discussed in isolation from the agricultural sector. As such, the sector has continued to receive priority attention by the government through increased budget support aimed to increase agricultural productivity to ensure food security, income generation, creation of development opportunities, and poverty reduction. Despite the potential, local agro-processing factories still struggle to remain operational due to challenges such as poor roads, and lack of electricity, water, network connections, and financing. These challenges need to be addressed with an open heart for the benefit of Africa from the African governments and private sector investors. Competition with imports from higher income countries is another challenge that is slowing the acceleration of our African local agro-processing industries. Our African local agro-processing industries need protection from cheap imports to ensure they continue supporting rural economies while also providing solutions of emerging challenges like climate change. Inadequate training can act as a barrier against confidence in marketing agro-processed products. Training helps processors to produce products of better quality, improve their business management and marketing skills to supply shopping malls, supermarkets to meet the challenges of supplying those malls and supermarkets. Our African government should not just take in conferences, workshops, but invest in much needed resources in the agricultural and agro-processing of value addition products, sectors that have the potential of creating jobs for millions of unemployed African youths. Creating the much needed job opportunities largely lies in investment in agro-processing of value addition products to all the local producers, as well as scaling up production that meets the local demands and even surplus the export. FSA Food Systems Innovation Network as a platform for database information for African agro-processors and farmers for Africa and their activities, creating an African database for collaboration, knowledge sharing, membership, and resource support in addressing the challenges faced in Africa and beyond. The solution: invest in rural processing, cold storage, and local agribusiness, turning into jobs and profits. MSMEs are keys but face finance and training hurdles. Projects by FAO, AAPTI, and others are piloting solution, while governments are urged to support policies and partnerships. With Africa's population set to double by 2050, building resilient food system is urgent. Success means transforming subsistence farming into value-driven enterprises, every saved crop a step from waste to poverty. As I conclude, I call on all different stakeholders who are here today to form Africa Regional Food Security Innovative Technical Committee of the Africa Adaptation Initiative and Sustainable Solutions for Africa to ensure that effective policies are rolled out and implemented to make farming, agro-processing of value addition products chains a priority in Africa, because agriculture, agro-processing are the answers to food security, creation of employment opportunities, and poverty reduction. In our second technical workshop of the Food Security Accelerator, the Africa Regional Food Security Innovation Technical Committees of Africa Adaptation Initiative and Sustainable Solutions for Africa should report on the achieved targets of agriculture, health, agro-processing, technical assistance committee, etc. We need to develop states of provincial small and medium agro-processing enterprises to attract indirect and direct investments with the high potential development impact in the agro-processing and manufacturing sector to contribute to economic growth, reducing poverty, generate wealth, job creation, and sustainable development. I wish to thank the organizers of this workshop for the excellency job well done. It is my hope that in the second technical workshop of the Food Security Accelerator Food System Innovation Network, we graduate out of poverty. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, how can we turn smallholders, farmers, and agro-processing of value addition products into an engine of Africa transformation to address food security, creation of employment opportunities, and poverty reduction? God bless Africa, and thank you for all for listening, by Mr. Patrick Maboshe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marta, for reading that statement from Mr. Maboshe. He was actually online with us this morning, but was not able to stay for this session. So he did want to read his intervention. So we've heard already in this discussion the words finance a number of times, and also about standards for export. So let us go to our last two reflectors. First to you, Mr. Oluwatoyin Emmanuel Olubake from the Catalyst Fund, for your reflections from the finance side. Over to you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for all the contributions earlier, which have been, as you said, pointing out financing quite a lot. So there's no escaping. There are a couple of things that I also wanted to mention as framing as to why both the challenges but also the opportunities of this space are absolutely critical in my mind, in the mind of Catalyst, in the mind of BFA and TECA as well. The first one is we do talk a lot about food security, which is absolutely true and important. In addition to that, it's more than just food. First of all, the food security crisis will, if we continue the way we're going, it will get worse because, we're told that, is it by 2030 or 2050, there'll be 1 billion Africans living on the continent. Today, we are already not producing enough food to feed, I think, about 700 million Africans. So if that number grows by 50% and our productivity does not increase significantly, then, the scale of the problem we have will not just increase by 50%, it'll increase by a factor of 5 or something like that. And so in a lot of ways, that, I think, for a lot of governments, for a lot of our intergovernmental institutions, is an issue of national security. And linked to that, some of us might have seen this, and it was referenced earlier. The issue of nutrition as well is also very critically linked to productivity. For children, for instance, there's research that have shown that if they don't get the right nutrients in the first 3 years of their lives, then their ability to be as physically or mentally productive as their counterparts is limited, and it's almost impossible for them to catch up. And so while we talk about the potential of the continent and its people, and indeed it is great, we are already, we need to do more, basically. And it's a need, it's not just a good idea. And so this is one framing of how critical this challenge is. Another thing which was mentioned, and I was going to highlight, is the state of a lot of our agriculture is in the hands of smallholder farmers, which I don't think is a problem. But the problem is the smallholder farmers are not, they're not necessarily at scale being enabled to evolve from subsistence farming to professional farming, even if we don't call it commercial, just to understand that this is not just about producing a bit to feed my family, maybe getting a bit of cash, but understanding that as small as my production might be, if I can do it the right way, then I can earn a lot more, and it's an important part of a much bigger system. And that one of the things that is required for that to happen is the way the economics across the value chains is distributed today if I was a smallholder farmer, then it wouldn't make sense for me to take it serious if I only get maybe 5 to 10%, if I'm lucky, of the money that's being earned off what I'm producing. And then a couple of other people, maybe the aggregator gets 20%, even though all he's done is found a buyer and moved my produce to the buyer. And then the processors make more money. So I'm not saying people should not make profits, but the balance of economics across the value chains is not working. And it has to be addressed because that is the way you start to incentivize change of behavior. So that's something else I wanted to just touch on, and we'll come back to the power of just the smaller units. And then we've seen how a value chain approach can be quite catalytic. And what I mean by that is oftentimes programs or investors will look not necessarily across an entire value chain, but will say, oh, based on a location, let's support the agricultural activities happening there. And when I say agriculture, I'm not just referring to production. I'm referring to, everything along the value chain, cold storage, everything, financing and so on. And while there's a lot of value in that, I think there's also value in picking a value chain, let's say maize, and saying, okay, we need to move our maize-based economy from 200 million to 2 billion over the next 10 years. How do we do that? And that sort of focus, I think, will allow for a lot of the other things we're talking about to happen in a much more cohesive way, because everybody will be rowing in the same direction. What happens now is that people are coming in with some alignment in priorities, but also some misalignment in priorities. And then the further you go, the greater the misalignment becomes. And sometimes the wheels fall off. Or, if you're not looking at the value chain and having these focuses, that's when sometimes you might not realize how much you're limiting your own capacity, maybe as a large processor, by not sharing better economics with the smallholders. And even in the way we produce, I'll give a quick example with cassava. It's a key crop across the continent. Nigeria is the biggest producer in the world. However, the average yields in Nigeria for cassava are, I think, between 8 to 11 tons per hectare. Brazil, who is, I think, the fourth or fifth largest producer, their average yields, or their yields, range between 13 tons per hectare to 34 tons per hectare. And that's because a combination of inputs they use, more mechanization, more commercialization, but it's not just left at that subsistence level. Also, in Nigeria, and I think across most of Africa, we primarily use cassava for food. And, it's light processing that we do to get the food products. Whereas in Brazil, they use it to produce sweeteners, they use it to produce bioethanol. There's so much more when we talk of the value chain approach. There's so much more that comes out of every stem of cassava that the value is much easier to see, even for you as a small farmer. You know that somebody is going to eat from what you produce. Somebody is going to get all sorts of different products that go into so many different industries from what you produce. It changes everybody's mindset of that product and how valuable it is, and why there's a need to invest in everybody who is getting that product out of the ground and to the processors and to the consumers. Then could we go back to slide 2? The next slide, please. Thank you. So the chart here, one of the things I wanted to highlight, I've talked about the way the population is going to grow, and that's going to very obviously put pressure on our food systems that are already inadequate. However, this is the scientific modeling of what's expected to happen to yields as a result of different climate change events. And unfortunately, those numbers are reduction in yields, not increase. So maize, for instance, in what's considered the high case scenario, our production will reduce by 30% strictly just based on climatic events, not even other things. And in the moderate case scenario, it's 15%. And these are some of the key crops that we have around the continent. So imagine what happens if our population doubles and our maize production reduces by 30%. And that's why I'm saying, like, one, these are issues of national security, not just food security, they're linked. Two, we do need to take a value chain approach because these are things that really urgently need to be addressed. Could we move to the next slide, please? Now, coming to addressing that, and I really love some of the examples that have come out, is the role that I think SMEs can play. There is a thinking, first of all, I think one of the beautiful things about Africans and entrepreneurs in general is that we're very ambitious. So, we start out small, but we all want to become big, which is great. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. However, I think there's also value in realizing that even if you don't turn into $100 million organization, as long as you're able to keep your organization alive, active, sustainable, there is value in that. 55% of, 60% of the global GDP is produced by SMEs. 60% of global GDP is produced by SMEs. It's not the big companies that are producing the majority of productivity. It's actually small companies. So while that aspiration is good, again, what I'm reinforcing here is that we need to start thinking about, and that's why forums like this are quite important, we need to start thinking about how we can enable MSMEs to be healthy, in how they operate, in their finances. Because to give another example, we're talking about smallholder farmers. Now, who is best placed to do really meaningful work with a smallholder farmer? Is it a big corporate that's probably based, even if it's a local company, it's based far off? Or an MSME that more likely has real, not just boots on the ground, but roots on the ground and knows those communities? It's going to be the smaller organizations. That's what we see. At Catalyst, we're invested in a lot of agriculture and food companies that are working at the community level in different ways, with digital tools, with processing, with aggregation, with market access, with financing, with insurance. And what we see consistently is that those that have the most community-oriented operations tend to be more successful. Small companies that are not even necessarily yet at, say, $1 million in annual revenue, but they're already profitable because they understand the communities they work in, they know how to structure their products. We've seen a lot of companies struggle and fail, for instance, to sell digital products to smallholder farmers. But one of our most successful companies is doing that in Tanzania. They're doing soil testing, selling a range of digital products to smallholder farmers because they have a very, very localized way of operation. And so the reason why I think this is so important is because in so many ways you can see the value that smaller organizations bring financially and otherwise. They're literally a critical backbone of global economies, but they don't get celebrated because they're small. So if you want to talk about chocolates, you might not know a lot of medium to small cocoa enterprises, but you will hear of all the foreign ones. Mars, Hershey's, Lindt, all the foreign guys. And so the aspiration might be to get to that level. And again, it's not a bad aspiration, but I'm also saying that there is a need, there is value for being small, and it's more about how effective your operations are than necessarily how big your operations are. And the most successful companies tend to be the ones who have learned how to be effective in a smaller scale before they grew anyway. Can we, excuse me, sorry. Can we move to the next slide, please? I've said a bit of doom and gloom, so I wanted to also share a little bit more encouraging. What this chart is showing, the blue bar shows the percentage of the world's arable land that these key regions have, and the yellow bar shows the availability of arable land. And you don't need to see the numbers to know that Africa is far above everywhere else in the world. And so while I've talked about the need to address our food security issues as national security issues, the reality is that we're literally in the best position to do that. We have the land. What we don't have at scale is the tools and the practices to make the most out of the land. And that's where financing becomes a key part of the solution, because tools, more advanced practices cost more money. Who is going to fund them? In Africa, I think one of the unfortunate things is that we don't have enough capital. We also don't have enough types of capital. The earlier on you said that
sorte, ces derniers, les entrepreneurs locaux qui sont sur le terrain, doivent les aider à comprendre que ces risques parfois n'existent pas vraiment. Et ainsi, il y a certains risques aussi qui sont approbables par rapport à l'investissement. Il faut tenir compte de toute cette réalité sur le terrain pour un meilleur investissement. Alors, est-ce que je vais donner l'exemple d'une société d'investissement qui travaille sur le Congo?
He also worked with corporate partners and development found for initiatives and risks, but after making one of them. So what they now are doing is rather than one person paying for the insurance, they're hoping to spread the cost of hospital care.
Alors, au lieu de qu'une seule personne paie pour l'assurance, ils font un sorte de groupement d'acteurs pour pouvoir avoir accès à cette assurance.
So I'm looking at that as an example of innovation and how it's definitely solving that problem. And it's all about encouraging that. Maybe, again, that's not the way insurance works in social
Alors, je dis cela pour que vous voyez un exemple d'innovation qui comment résoudre ce problème d'avoir accès à l'assurance. C'est vrai que ce n'est pas la façon dont cela se fait dans d'autres contextes, mais par rapport à un autre contexte au niveau de l'Afrique, il y a des groupements qui reçoivent, qui s'inscrivent, souscrivent à l'assurance pour avoir le soutien des institutions d'assurance.
And it's also an example of how MSMEs, the smaller businesses that are close on ground, can see things that are necessary, and also design solutions that other people might not experience. And so again, you might think to yourself, you're a small business, the purpose is, and that might be the reality, but you have values to add as an individual, but also as part of a much bigger collection of small business that makes your voice quite personal.
Alors, ceci permet aux petites et moyennes entreprises de voir un autre côté de la chose, de voir comment on peut procéder autrement. Et en tant que petit ou faisant partie d'un grand réseau, vous pouvez voir la valeur que vous pouvez ajouter ou la valeur que vous faites sur la chaîne des valeurs dans le domaine agricole.
So maybe one last thing I'll say, I just want to FSA and partners and local partners that are here. What can we do to investors? What can we do to aggregate the knowledge, the voices of these smaller businesses, whether they're startups or SMEs, and enable them to develop more effective? Because as we've seen, they have advantage points that no one else has. They are a part of solving these problems. For us, that's also how the problem is solved in other places. And so there's a question for us on how we do more of this and taking things like this further. How do we get the benefits of the startup to hear from them, who design and co-develop with them, solutions to solve their problems, small owners' problems, the professionals' problems, the marketing problems, the investors' problems. And I think that's how we can do something that collectively allows us.
Alors, ce que je voudrais ajouter en dernier, c'est d'encourager le FSA et d'autres partenaires, soit gouvernementaux ou privés, à pouvoir aider les micro, petits et moyennes entreprises qui sont sur le terrain et qui connaissent la réalité du terrain, à pouvoir encourager les investisseurs à les aider à résoudre les problèmes ou les défis qu'ils ont sur le terrain. Et c'est ainsi qu'ils vont les aider
thank you very much. Contribution and also for that whole sort of thank you also to the translator. We'll then proceed to our final reflector for this session. We've heard a little bit about standards, information, and how important that is to bring to the market. So, Madam Bora, please.
Alors, donc, on est en train de parler avec les panélistes académiens pour intervenir pour avoir accès au marché avec Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the process. Thank you for the discussion. The next honor for the Association of Ideas are in good question.
C'est un organe qui est de la ligne de contrôle.
So the institute that belongs to or the department that controls the quality of food and so on is part of the control system that the control on the food food quality control.
Et une politique en matière de contrôle du food biologique, denrées alimentaires, telles que son application.
It's also a reference in terms of the control, microbiological control of the food because of the everything that the God people
Comme vision de DNH.
As vision of the National Institute of IT.
La vision principale englobe un environnement alimentaire stable.
The vision includes the general environment of
l'accès à une alimentation pure et garantie.
We ensure the quality of food and the access to everyone.
Principal que l'Institut national met en œuvre pour accompagner la mise en œuvre des solutions en matière de sécurité alimentaire.
Now, I'm going to say some of the key actions that are implemented by the National Institute of Hygiene to ensure that food security.
Les actions sont les suivantes. Effectuer des tests microbiologiques pour assurer la conformité des produits alimentaires aux normes de sécurité.
So the first thing is to carry out analysis to biological analysis to ensure the quality of the food.
Accompagner les principales entreprises agroalimentaires à élaborer et à mettre en œuvre leur programme de sécurité alimentaire.
So to give support to the different institutions in the production of the quality of food and document all the document all the positions of operation of procedures to food.
Former les analystes et les manipulateurs d'aliments aux meilleures pratiques d'hygiène et aux protocoles de sécurité.
Train experts in the analysis of the food and accompany them in the security protocols.
Développer et tester les nouvelles approches et technologies pour améliorer la sécurité
alimentaire. Test and analyze the improved propositions the testing of the quality of the food to ensure the food security.
Enfin, collaborer avec les gouvernements, les ONG, la communauté pour renforcer les
You ask to support and accompany the government partners and other who are involved in the food security and to accompany all the partners involved in the security.
C'est les principales actions. Comme le temps donné, c'est pas
So this is one of the main actions that we carry out at the level of the National Institute of Hygiene. As I had on previous presentation, so these are the elements I want to show to you for what we do at our action.
Could everyone please join me in thanking the whole whole time translate. We'll make a small adjustment in our program now. We'll proceed to lunch. The lunch is ready.
Alors, nous allons essayer de nous adapter à la situation. Nous allons maintenant aller faire la pause déjeuner. Le repas est prêt, le déjeuner est prêt.
Resume after lunch without innovation process.
Alors, nous allons revenir après le déjeuner pour continuer avec la discussion.
We'll bring down to the next round.
Quand nous revenons, nous allons voir la deuxième partie des présentations. Please, what time you come? What time you come back? Alors, nous allons à 14h pour poursuivre avec la session.
to be loved, but it's very difficult to transform it from a crop into food. So we took a look at the value chain challenges, the issues that we would face in commercializing fonio, making it commercially viable. And we started at the beginning, which is growing it. And while fonio is easy to grow, the yields are very, very low. The productivity is very, very low. And the methods are very manual. And we thought there must be ways to increase farm productivity and farm income. And we conducted crop trials to better understand how, if one planted fonio in rows instead of broadcasting the seed, you might get a higher yield. And we did this several times and were able to demonstrate that you can do that. But if you're just growing for your family and you don't have much equipment, then it's hard to plant it in rows. So we've taken the approach of helping farmers to improve their productivity. Sorry, this shows that we're looking at three different parts of the solution. The first is increasing production, second is scaling up processing, and the third is developing the market. So by sourcing fonio from smallholder farmers and supplying them with the tools and implements that they need to make a more productive agronomic method effective for them and practical for them, we're able to help farmers increase their yield by 60% and increase their income by up to 300%, and it's just by providing simple tools. This is a kind of donor financed activity. It doesn't help us, but it does help the farmers to improve their income. But we found that it's necessary, if we're going to make fonio commercially viable, we need to assure ourselves of a reliable supply. Because the second step is increasing processing efficiency. Today, the process of transforming fonio from a crop into a food is very laborious, very, very slow, and has a very low processing yield. Post-harvest losses are enormous. So we knew if we were going to make fonio commercially viable, meaning available at scale, at a reasonable price, and in consistent quality, we would have to install processing capacity at an industrial level. And that has never been done before with fonio. And it's been years in the process of working with very large equipment manufacturers on a suite of pieces of equipment that costs way too much. If there were a cheap way to do it, we would be doing it. But we have not found a cheap way to do this. To transform fonio from a crop into food. Today, it's manual, even a heavily staffed facility can maybe produce 1 ton per day, and we will be producing 2 tons per hour when we succeed in installing our equipment. But then you have to make it, in order for it to be commercially viable, you have to be selling a product that works for the market, and that market can be consumers. We've found that the most effective way for us to create an impact on sale is by selling to large food and beverage manufacturers. And we started thinking about what kind of food and beverage manufacturers might find it appealing to use in that is not very well known. Why would they choose to use it? And what would we have to do with it in order to make it viable for them? So one, we decided that the applications that include bread, all kinds of bakery products. And we would have gone on like 3 or 4 slides by now. But in our applications, we make snacks, we extrude fonio, we grind fonio into flour, extrude it into a crisp. And the crisp can be used as an inclusion in chocolate or in nutrition bars. We sell fonio to beer brewers on 3 continents who make delicious fonio beer.
And we believe that we started a pilot or started working on a pilot in Senegal to make plant-based milk from fonio with Tetra Pak, which is very interested in doing this kind of thing. In order for us to get from point A to point B, the last slide is coming up, please. In order for us to get from point A to point B, C, D, E, F, and G, we need to work with others. And we have always found that the most important thing is to find people and organizations and companies that share the same goals. And when you share the same goal, you explain what your ambitions are. You explain how you hope to achieve those ambitions. And then you start reaching out to likely participants, likely actors in each of the sectors that you have identified that might be productive collaborators. And, you know, we've just made a long, long list and started hitting them one after the other and try to make what we feel would be an appealing presentation, a reason for them to be interested in these various sectors. And generally, what gets them interested is the idea of achieving their sustainable development goals, but that's not enough to make them pull the trigger or to begin writing a purchase order or make a commitment that puts their finances at risk. What's enough to make that happen is a unique functionality. And by that, I mean, they're going to replace some of the ingredient that they already use with fonio. Why? Why would they replace something that they already use with fonio? Only if it does a job better than the ingredient that they're using. And we've identified some characteristics of fonio that does a job better than, say, for example, rice flour. But I think the public sector, governments, intergovernmental agencies, foundations need to invest in research and development that can identify as yet hidden functional advantages of not just fonio, but all of the various ingredients and plants that are indigenous to this continent that deserve a wider audience, deserve to be consumed more widely here, and will only achieve that scale when large corporates decide, oh yeah, I should use this ingredient because it's going to benefit my bottom line. And that's it. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Théodore. C'est vraiment intéressant de voir tous les différents produits aussi qu'on peut faire avec le fonio. Et aussi, c'est inspirant même de voir là où la production a commencé, être la solution que vous avez implémentée pour évoluer la production, pour que ça prenne une telle ampleur. Maintenant, j'aimerais passer la parole à Madame Azava de Provario. Merci.
Bonsoir à tous. Bonsoir à tous. Provabio, c'est un petit projet qui est dans la transformation alimentaire. Et on a décidé de commencer avec les tubercules que nous avons localement, tels que la banane, le manioc et la patate douce. Et on s'est mis à réfléchir, qu'est-ce qu'on peut encore apporter de plus, à part ce qu'on connaît comme produit déjà transformé. On a pensé aux chips, qui sont des choses qui sont faciles à manger, rapides et tout. Donc, nous avons commencé les chips basiques, salés, dans les 3 variétés. Et on s'est bien réfléchi, et on a dit, bon, qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire d'autre? On a dit, pourquoi est-ce qu'on ne peut pas faire des chips épicés? Donc, on a réfléchi à l'épice. Donc, comment travailler ce piment pour qu'il soit ajouté à ces différentes tubercules et quels extrêmement de beau. Et finalement, on a trouvé ce qu'il fallait je dirais, un mélange d'épices piment avec d'autres ingrédients qu'on a amené, ajouté au chiffre ordinaire pour créer donc ces trois variétés des chiffres épicés. Donc vous avez la banane plantain épicée, le manioc épicé et la patate douce épicée. Quand on a commencé, on avait l'outil que tout le monde utilise, je crois, dit la sonope, la mandoline. C'est ce qu'on utilise. Non. Ouais. C'est l'outil généralement utilisé pour faire les chiffres. Et c'est pénible, difficile pour pouvoir faire une bonne quantité de chiffres avec. Donc, dans ce cas aussi, on a dû réfléchir, chercher des moyens et finalement, on est passé plus loin en utilisant une machine maintenant qui est découpeuse, qui nous permet d'aller plus rapidement et aussi de produire aussi en quantité. Donc, on continue toujours de réfléchir sur d'autres saveurs qu'on veut bien proposer. Donc, peut-être que d'ici la prochaine occasion, on aura d'autres saveurs à vous proposer. Ce j'ai à partager avec vous cet après-midi. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Adama. C'est un plaisir aussi de voir vos produits avec nous. Merci. Donc maintenant, on va passer à une section pour avoir certaines réflexions. Donc, j'aimerais inviter, rester là-bas, Madame Duchulet de Aqua Burundi. Et on a aussi Monsieur Mugisha, le fondateur et directeur général de Atakale on Cloud, avec nous pour donner certaines réflexions sur ce sujet. Donc, si vous voulez rester là-bas, merci beaucoup.
Good afternoon. So I have two questions to answer. The first one was, what is the relevance of agri-food processing technology solutions in the sector of value chain that I operate in? Okay. The relevance of agri-food processing technology for our fish farming business and can help in the scenario. It can enhance product quality and shelf life. That is technologies such as cold storage and shelf life testing, which ensure fish products to maintain
Oh, just a patient moment.
The second point is to optimize the
Just a
hatchery and
patient, or
production.
this time.
The use of automated feeding systems and monitoring equipment can improve fish growth rates and biomass.
It's nice you begin this.
And the fifth point is the improved logistics and market access. Mobile processing units enable timely processing near harvest point, reducing transport losses and enhancing supply chain responsiveness. The second question was, what are the key opportunities and barriers for Aqua Burundi or actors that are aware of? The opportunities are the increased production capacity, scaling hatchery production with advanced breeding and fingerling management technologies supports our yearly fry targets, which is 0.5 million fry per year. We can also have improved feed management, the technology-driven feed stock monitoring and feeding schedules, optimize fish growth, it reduces weight and lag times and start of feed costs. We can also easily access the new market with the enhanced product quality, through processing and cold storage solutions,
opens opportunities for export and higher value market segments. And lastly, we have the capacity building and training. We have ongoing staff training, such as standard operating procedures, boat driving, and plant-based users, and diving training. So with that new technology, it facilitates smoother technology integration. The barriers to adoption of agri-food processing technologies are the high initial investment cost. The procurement of advanced equipment, such as cold storage units, processing machinery, requires significant capital, which can strain budget. We also have infrastructure challenges. Upper Burundi operates in a remote area where we don't have electricity. So having those new machines cannot really cannot always operate for us. We face generator breakdowns, and the country is currently facing the dual capacity, so it can be a bit hard. And we have the technical expertise and maintenance, the lack of skilled personnel to operate and maintain sophisticated technologies can lead to downtime and underutilization. Lastly, we have the supply chain and logistic issues. The delays and increased costs, such as clearance costs for fingerling, the fuel price volatility, and encompass more technologies. Deployment. Yes, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. For me, my reflections are a little bit more practical. When we look at the agro-processing technologies, one of the things these technologies are helping us with is value addition. Most of us interact with new products, new services on the market, but without these technologies, clearly people will not understand what we're doing. So I'll take an example that if someone is dealing with waste, and I tell you that I make money from waste, you start to question yourself, how do you make money from waste? And to make money, you have to do certain processing. And the processing requires technologies which are not in the area. For example, if one of the biggest challenges African countries are facing right now is waste management. And this waste cannot be processed to generate things like energy because it is too expensive. People cannot, or countries cannot process waste into fertilizer because it is too expensive. So, which also creates the bioproduct very expensive to afford. And I would really want to believe that if there's any way we need to cut down all the costs we are talking about affordable products and products which have more meaningful to the final consumer, we must have technologies, and these technologies has to be processed. From the initial start of the product and up to the consumer. So the other reflection I have on the area of processing technologies, we need to mind factors like cost, because if we don't have technologies, there's no way we can determine whether whatever we are processing for human consumption is for cost. So it is important to have technologies like AI. Recently, we realized that for us to formulate a product which can support a farmer, which can support an individual, because we are looking at having organic products. So you cannot process a product which is organic and you call it organic without proof. So we are implementing AI technology to track our processes and the data available to make sure that actually all the formulations are tracked and also all the processes are data-based and research-based. So it is really important to have these technologies around our processes to ease the processes and also track what we are doing. Because however much you will say that it's not funding, when you look around the majority of entrepreneurs and providing products on the market which are not certified yet, and they do not have quality assurance as you mentioned earlier. And yet these technologies like AI can help you to track this based on what is on the models which have already been developed or on the data which has already been tracked. So I really believe that technologies like this are important in terms of growth. So that's something else I want to reflect on. I also want to look at the element of information. So one of the biggest item really I should recommend at least everyone to get to is we need to inform ourselves as entrepreneurs, as people behind these technologies, because when you look at processing for something very small, I was asking him yesterday that how are you able to harvest to this point of with do you have a technology which you are using, because it is very little, it's very small, like, so when you look at the processes taken to have coin already, it requires technology. And for you to ease the processes and be able to produce more, you need technology. And this kind of processing technologies are really, really important. So we are looking at adaptation of the barriers to adopting to these technologies. One of them, which is common and has become a song all over the African continent, is finance, because these technologies are expensive. But for me, I would prefer to provide a solution that we need to innovate local made kind of solutions. If we have researchers and we have technicians, why can't we have something which can be able to deal with what is made locally using our own resources instead of looking at getting products from China, like one of the previous speakers saying, only get the processing machine and order it from China. And yet we have the mines locally where we can come together as you as entrepreneurs to develop a product.
Which to develop a machine or a technology that can help us in the processes. So before we look at financing, we need to look at what we have as a resource, because I think we are rich in terms of knowledge and experience, but we don't want to put it to the practicability of it. And for me, that's where I find a little bit of issues. So I don't want to say that finance is more like a barrier, but what have we been able to do with the resources we have? And the other barrier I really want to believe is that we are facing is that we are not able to involve the individuals who are supposed to get involved. For example, if we have a farmer here in this conference, would take home more than a business person, because at least for us we interact more with with the technologies, the information. We are forced to look for it, but we need to involve the individuals who are more likely to get impacted with these conversations. I would be happy to have a local farmer in this kind of conference where we hear from them directly, because as we say, we are on ground, we need to be in reality and practically on ground. So one of the things as a CEO I've decided to do is that at least I have to be part of the community of farmers where I can listen to them and hear from them, and teaching them what new technologies are available. For example, you tell a farmer to interact with a phone, they do not know how to use smartphones. And if you have them in such conferences and they get to learn a few conversations and learn what value addition looks like, for example, the products we have here, they will understand more that actually from fonio, we can get other byproducts. From this, we can go there. So it's more of selling the vision to them through getting involved and having a community kind of based approach whereby everyone is involved.
et on va les écouter. On a également des agents spécialistes. On va les écouter aujourd'hui dans ce panel qui va parler du rôle du gouvernement, n'est-ce pas, dans, dans l'accompagnement des entreprises. Alors, bienvenue à cette session sur le dialogue sur les politiques favorables. On va d'abord commencer avec Monsieur Amouzou Parfer. Alors, la question pour vous, dans le cadre de ce panel, est de savoir quel type de politique et de mesures peut véritablement supporter l'innovation et encourager la croissance des PME dans le secteur de la transformation agricole. Monsieur Bicota, désolé, toutes mes excuses. Ouais. Donc, quel type de mesures, selon vous, peut supporter l'innovation et encourager la croissance des entreprises dans le secteur de la transformation agricole? Monsieur Bicota.
Merci, madame. Et je crois que les micro et petites entreprises, il faut le reconnaître, jouent un rôle crucial dans l'économie de nos pays. Et leur succès, souvent, dépend des apports, du soutien qu'on leur apporte. C'est généralement ça. Et maintenant, au niveau État, quel type de mesures seraient conseillées, indiquées pour soutenir ces structures?
As I said, it is a prosperous sector. And for the states in general, it's a question to create an appropriated environment. That's the basic concept. And when we talk about creating an appropriated environment, states, especially what are the government states, the immediate actions are in this put in place this
Positions sont prises de façon concertée, interministérielle. Ce n'est pas, par exemple, moi qui relève du ministère de l'Agriculture, vu que quand on parle de la transformation, l'agroalimentaire, il y a bien d'autres ministères qui y sont impliqués, raison pour laquelle je ne suis pas seul autour de cette table. Donc, c'est des mesures qui sont prises de façon concertée pour créer un environnement propice à l'activité. Et généralement, elles portent sur, comme les gens l'ont dit, c'est des facilités qui sont liées. Il faut créer des facilités qui permettent aux acteurs d'évoluer. Par exemple, un cadre fiscal. On dit par exemple un cadre fiscal réglementaire. Il faut qu'il soit favorable. En un français encore plus simple, il faut dire il faut mettre en place des démarches administratives simplifiées, par exemple. C'est une mesure de l'État qui vise à rendre le secteur attractif. Lorsque nous parlons, par exemple, des incitations fiscales, c'est par exemple, entre autres, offrir des exonérations, par exemple. Des exonérations. Et si je devais citer un exemple concret, en me référant au nouveau programme dont je vous parlais, qui est élaboré par le ministère de l'Agriculture pour impulser une nouvelle dynamique et soutenir les acquis de la feuille de route. Il s'agit du PROMAT dans son axe 4 où c'est intitulé Gouvernance du secteur agricole. Et par exemple, dans ce document, une démarche concrète qui a été prise par l'État, c'est l'adoption d'une loi d'orientation agricole et l'application de ces textes pour organiser les acteurs, pour créer un cadre juridique, comme je l'ai dit, incitatif. C'est une mesure qui a été prise par l'État, par exemple. La mise en place, par exemple, des cadres de concertation. Des cadres de concertation entre les acteurs des chaînes de valeur. C'est des dispositions qui visent à créer des facilités autour de la chose. Et lorsqu'on quitte là, le nœud aussi qu'on voit, c'est la difficulté liée au financement. C'est prendre des mesures qui permettent de faciliter l'accès au financement. Et toujours en me référant à ce nouveau manuel de politique, à cette nouvelle politique, la 3e génération du genre, il est question, par exemple, d'accorder des subventions, de mettre un fonds à la disposition des acteurs pour permettre un temps soit peu que leur activité évolue. Voilà. Il y a aussi le volet renforcement des capacités des acteurs. Comme des gens l'ont dit déjà, il y a nos acteurs, généralement, ils évoluent de façon traditionnelle. Nous avons bien envie de nous faire aider par des machines pour faciliter non seulement le travail et avoir des revenus, mais aussi pour respecter les normes. Il se trouve que nos acteurs, généralement, ils n'ont pas cette compétence en termes de technologie. Donc, il y a des dispositions aussi, des mesures que nos États doivent prendre et qu'ils en ont pris au niveau pays pour accompagner les acteurs. Il y a aussi des structures, c'est pour cette raison que nous avons autour de la table Madame de l'ICAT, l'appui et conseil. C'est des dispositions qui visent toujours à outiller les acteurs dans le secteur. Les infrastructures de stockage, par exemple, la mise à disposition des infrastructures modernes, puisque très souvent nous assistons à des pertes énormes post-récolte. Et tout ça pour soutenir l'initiative et créer de la valeur ajoutée. Il faut mettre en place de ces structures. Nous avons également l'accès au marché. L'accès au marché. Quelqu'un qui veut exporter. Je crois que là, je ne touche pas trop, c'est le sujet de mon collègue du commerce qui saura nous le dire davantage. Toutes ces dispositions qui visent à faciliter sont des mesures prises par l'État. Nous avons beaucoup de trucs, je ne sais pas, même la protection de la propriété intellectuelle. Il est dit que l'État doit apprendre et entretenir les acteurs autour de comment protéger l'innovation. Voilà quelques démarches qui visent à créer un écosystème favorable à l'éclosion des micro et petites entreprises. Et ces mesures conjuguées permettent à l'État de soutenir l'économie locale et la création d'emplois. Je m'arrête là pour le moment. Merci.
Non, merci à vous de nous avoir rappelé l'importance de ces mesures incitatives. Et vous avez dit quelque chose d'important, c'est que ce n'est pas le rôle, n'est-ce pas, d'un seul acteur gouvernemental, mais c'est un rôle concerté. Et vous avez raison d'interpeller déjà M. Ezi, qui nous vient du ministère du Commerce au Togo, et qui pourrait également nous parler d'un autre aspect, n'est-ce pas, de ces mesures incitatives. Et donc, M. Ezi, si vous voulez vous étendre sur votre expertise du rôle que le gouvernement peut jouer pour renforcer les partenariats et l'accès au marché pour les entreprises dans le secteur de l'agro-transformation.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente, de m'avoir donné la parole. C'est un plaisir pour moi qu'on se retrouve encore pour continuer nos échanges. Donc, s'agissant de cet aspect de la chose, je dirais que le premier rôle que l'État joue, c'est de mettre en place un cadre juridique et administratif favorable à l'attrait des partenaires. Nous voyons qu'au niveau du Togo, l'État travaille d'arrache-pied pour essayer, dans chaque administratif, d'essayer d'amener les ministères à élaborer des textes juridiques, les arrêtés, les décisions, les décrets qui permettent à ce que l'écosystème entrepreneur se sente libre pour pouvoir essayer d'attirer les partenaires favorables au développement de leurs projets, y compris les ONG, les organisations non gouvernementales, les associations et d'autres partenaires qui essaient d'utiliser ces cadres-là pour pouvoir arriver au Togo à accompagner les entreprises qui sont dans le secteur agroalimentaire. Justement, dans le même sujet, dans le même cadre, il y a l'État également, en tant que pays moins avancé que nous sommes, nous, dans le cadre du système commercial multilatéral, nous avons cet avantage-là d'avoir ce qu'on appelle les traitements spéciaux différenciés. C'est-à-dire que ce que les autres pays, les pays développés sont appelés à faire, nous sommes un peu dispensés de cela, peut-être pour une durée donnée. Donc, dans ce cadre, nous avons pas mal de partenaires, bien pas mal d'organismes dans les pays en développement avec lesquels nous discutons et nous les amenons à essayer de financer les programmes de développement au niveau national. Je vais citer dans ce sens-là le cadre intégré renforcé, qui est un système du système des Nations Unies, logé au niveau de l'Organisation mondiale du commerce, qui essaie de financer les chaînes de valeur dans les pays en développement comme les nôtres. Également, dans ce sens, dans le domaine du développement des partenariats, l'État travaille toujours à ce que les partenaires tels que les partenaires de l'Union européenne, les partenaires GZ, les partenaires tels que le PNUD, les banques mondiales, le FMI et pas mal d'autres puissent quand même essayer de venir, même à travers surtout les actions du PNUD, à ce qu'on puisse accompagner à la hauteur les actions ou bien soutenir les entreprises agroalimentaires qui sont dans le domaine agroalimentaire. Je citerai l'année passée, personnellement, nous avons eu quand même à travailler sur des projets financés par PNUD où on a eu à accompagner pas mal d'entreprises qui sont dans le domaine agroalimentaire à renforcer leurs capacités et d'autres à avoir le financement pour essayer de développer leur activité. Donc, en dehors de ce cadre juridique et administratif, et même au niveau de relations internationales que nous avons dans le domaine multilatéral, nous travaillons également à négocier les accords commerciaux multilatéraux et bilatéraux. Nous avons aujourd'hui l'Organisation mondiale du commerce, mais les accords de l'Organisation mondiale du commerce, ce ne sont pas des accords qui sont figés dans le temps, c'est des accords qui se discutent. Même, je citerai actuellement, même, on est en train de discuter sur les accords dans le domaine de l'environnement. On parle souvent du commerce et l'environnement. Parce que on a libéralisé les marchés, on a enlevé les barrières tarifaires, telles que les droits de douane et autres là. Mais les pays utilisent d'autres moyens, tels que les normes et autres là, pour pouvoir ériger des barrières, bloquer les exportations des pays. Donc, en ce sens-là, il y a des discussions qui se font énormément sur ces aspects-là au niveau de l'OMC à travers les comités. Et le sujet d'actualité qui est maintenant sur le tapis, c'est le commerce et l'environnement. Comment faire de telle sorte que les pays n'utilisent pas les défis environnementaux pour pouvoir bloquer les exportations des pays, de leurs partenaires commerciaux. En dehors de cela, nous essayons également de négocier, de discuter avec les pays partenaires qui ont des difficultés ou bien qui prennent des mesures qui vont essayer de bloquer les exportations de nos entreprises. Ce que je peux citer actuellement, que tout le monde sait, c'est les nouvelles tarifications des États-Unis qui, personnellement, pour notre pays, veulent imposer notre pays à hauteur de 10% de nos importations. Donc, nous avons justement engagé les discussions avec les États-Unis. Selon le statistique, le Togo exporte énormément des produits agroalimentaires sur le marché américain. Pratiquement plus de 90% des produits que nous exportons sur le marché américain, c'est des produits alimentaires, surtout les produits culturels, tels que le fournier qu'on vient de présenter, les aliments transformés, le cacao, le café et pas mal de choses. Donc, l'État, lorsque les États-Unis ont voulu imposer les 10% là, n'ont pas croisé les bras. Nous avons commencé l'édition avec eux. Et personnellement, je suis en charge de mener cette discussion avec les États-Unis. Et c'est ce qui fait que la dernière fois, lorsque les États-Unis ont augmenté les droits de douane pour la plupart des pays, on a constaté que le Togo a gardé les 10%. Et nous sommes toujours dans le processus pour pouvoir avoir de bons partenariats. Donc, en dehors de cet exemple avec les États-Unis, nous avons le même exemple avec le Japon. Dernièrement, le Togo a participé à l'exposition universelle au niveau du Japon, où le Togo a vanté les mérites des exportateurs togolais. Et ce que nous avons fait de plus, nous exportons les produits agroalimentaires. Et vers le marché japonais, nous exportons plus comment on appelle ça? Le sésame, le café et le cacao, que nous essayons toujours de garder le bon contact avec ces partenaires. En dehors du Japon, le Togo essaie toujours aussi d'avoir un bon partenariat avec la Chine. Nous savons que nous importons énormément de la Chine et les réflexions vont dans le sens où quand au moins nous importons de la Chine, qu'est-ce que nous pouvons essayer d'exporter vers la Chine également. Et les travaux sont déjà aussi avancés en ce sens-là. Et les difficultés que nous avons, c'est surtout, on vient d'en débattre au premier abord, bien avec d'autres partenaires, c'est les techniques de transformation qui vont nous permettre de pouvoir avoir des produits de qualité qui répondent à ces normes-là. Et aussi l'économie de marché. C'est-à-dire que nous négocions ces partenariats pour nos entreprises, mais les entreprises ne sont pas capables de pouvoir essayer d'exploiter toutes les opportunités de ces marchés-là. La Chine est un grand marché. La dernière fois, nous étions avec l'ambassade de Chine où nous disions sur ce-là. La première question, est-ce que nous sommes capables pour pouvoir fournir, pour pouvoir répondre aux attentes ou bien aux besoins du marché chinois? Le marché chinois est un grand marché qui a besoin de beaucoup qui a besoin de beaucoup de produits pour vraiment essayer de fidéliser les consommateurs. Donc voilà, Madame la Présidente, de façon générale, les actions que nous menons au niveau du ministère du Commerce en relation avec les autres ministères, tels qu'Agriculture, ministère des Affaires étrangères, la primature, ministère de la promotion de l'investissement, pour pouvoir essayer d'avoir des partenariats solides et fiables pour l'écosystème entrepreneurial au niveau de notre pays. Merci.
Non, merci à vous infiniment pour cet apport très, très riche qui nous montre vraiment la diversité des instruments qu'on peut avoir au niveau d'un pays lorsqu'on pense, n'est-ce pas, à se positionner sur un marché d'export. Alors, c'est vrai qu'on a beaucoup présenté ici des exemples du Togo, mais je suis certaine que vous pouvez vous reporter dans vos différents pays et trouver des similarités dans ces cadres-là. Donc, s'intéresser à ces cadres de politique est essentiel lorsqu'on veut croître. On a entendu aujourd'hui, je pense que c'était de notre collègue de notre collègue de Catalyst Fund qui nous disait que c'est plus facile, n'est-ce pas, pour eux d'investir dans des compagnies qui sont orientées à l'export parce que le marché est certain et les rémunérations sont également plus importantes. Donc, ce sont des possibilités pour certains d'entre nous de pouvoir nous intéresser à ces différents accords. C'est vrai que généralement, on s'intéresse aux acteurs du monde financier, les banques, les investisseurs privés, les microfinances, etc. Mais on voit ici qu'aujourd'hui, dans certains secteurs comme le nôtre, où l'économie de marché n'est toujours pas évidente, qu'on a besoin de ressources concessionnelles. Et qui parle de ressources concessionnelles, qui parle de ressources mixtes, parle d'une certaine manière de l'intervention publique. Donc s'intéresser à ces cadre de politique et de gouvernance est important pour tout entrepreneur. On ne veut pas rester seulement un entrepreneur dans notre domaine, mais on veut s'élargir et comprendre quelles sont les barrières ou les opportunités qu'on peut avoir d'un point de vue fiscal, d'un point de vue juridique, d'un point de vue de cadre de politique, des mesures incitatives dont on parlait à la fois nos deux collègues. Nous allons maintenant nous intéresser à une autre institution gouvernementale d'un autre type. L'exemple nous vient toujours du Togo avec l'Institut, l'ICAT, qui est l'Institut pour le conseil agronomique et technologique. On va inviter donc Madame Togonou à nous dire le rôle qu'une institution comme la sienne, ICAT, peut apporter pour accompagner les entrepreneurs et les aider à s'approprier les innovations dans le domaine de la transformation agricole.
Merci, madame. L'ICAT, l'Institut de conseil d'appui technique, est une structure de vulgarisation agricole des technologies agricoles. Nous avons au moins 25 ans et nous avons au moins 700 agents sur le terrain. Dans toutes les zones, nous avons les agents, ICAT, on les appelle communément les CTGA. Donc, disons que l'ICAT appuie les producteurs, les transformateurs, les éleveurs, les pêcheurs, toutes les filières, aussi bien dans le domaine agricole que dans les domaines des élevages spéciaux, dans tous les domaines possibles, l'ICAT appuie les producteurs, les transformateurs et dans toutes ces formes. Maintenant, nous sommes aussi une structure qui a pour objectif de contribuer à la promotion de l'entrepreneuriat agricole, à l'agrobusiness, pour l'épanouissement réel des acteurs à travers le développement des chaînes de valeur. Donc, nous sommes au niveau surtout des ZAP, des zones d'aménagement amélioré planifié, autour des périmètres aménagés et des bas-fonds. L'État a donné des instructions pour qu'on concentre beaucoup des technologies autour de ces zones. L'ICAT doit répondre à la question, le rôle de l'ICAT, la structure de vulgarisation dans la politique de transformation agricole. Nous disons que l'approche que l'ICAT adopte très souvent, c'est l'approche participative. Donc, la construction des solutions, puisque avant que l'ICAT n'entre les technologies, il faut que le producteur même, on a un cadre participatif pour que le producteur puisse ressortir les besoins. Et ensemble, on trouve les solutions adaptées à chaque localité. Donc, ce qui fait que quand vous allez vous imposer aux producteurs les technologies, ça ne passe pas. Il faut les intégrer pour pouvoir faire passer, pour pouvoir qu'ils puissent adopter les technologies. Nous renforçons beaucoup les capacités des producteurs, des transformateurs, toutes les filières. Nous sommes aussi bien dans les filières céréalières, légumineuses, des produits de rente, de tout, l'élevage, la pisciculture. Donc, nous renforçons les capacités selon nous travaillons beaucoup avec beaucoup de partenaires. Donc, chaque partenaire vient avec sa proposition de ce qu'il veut faire sur le terrain. Donc, nous accompagnons les partenaires à atteindre leurs objectifs. C'est ça. Donc, nous travaillons au moins avec au moins une quinzaine de partenaires avec lesquels on les accompagne à avoir les résultats concrets sur avec les producteurs. Nous avons aussi, nous intégrons les questions pour pouvoir transformer. Nous savons qu'il faut les meilleurs rendements pour pouvoir rendre disponible la production. Et les problèmes qu'on a, c'est le problème climatique. Donc, l'ICAT, dans cette technologie, a intégré beaucoup les technologies liées pour pouvoir amener les producteurs à adopter les technologies qui préservent l'environnement, la fabrication des composts, tout ce qui, on a différents types de fabrication de compost surtout pour pouvoir alléger leurs tâches parce que quand la fabrication de compost est beaucoup plus dure, les producteurs n'arrivent pas à le faire. Donc, on a trouvé les stratégies pour pouvoir les mettre à leur disposition des technologies qui leur permettent de fabriquer les composts aussi facilement. La vulgarisation, c'est un pont entre l'innovation et la résilience climatique. Face aux échanges climatiques, elle doit évoluer vers les approches plus, c'est ce que je viens de dire, et surtout numériques et adaptées. Investi dans la vulgarisation des technologies à l'endroit des consommateurs, surtout, le problème qu'on a, à part quand on renforce leurs capacités, le problème primordial, c'est les équipements. Parce que les équipements, pour pouvoir accompagner les producteurs à aller loin, il faut que l'équipement il faut les faciliter. Car c'est manuel, c'est beaucoup plus difficile pour ces transformateurs de pouvoir évoluer à aller, c'est-à-dire jusqu'à ce qu'ils produisent un peu pour le marché n'est pas aussi large parce qu'il n'a pas d'équipement pour pouvoir l'appuyer. L'équipement et surtout l'emballage. L'emballage des produits, à part l'emballage, avant l'emballage, la certification de leurs produits. Parce que quand les bailleurs arrivent, tout le monde finance le renforcement de capacité. Et les équipements qu'ils donnent, c'est les équipements primaires que le transformateur a déjà. Donc, il n'ajoute pas, il n'ajoute rien à ce que le transformateur ou la transformatrice a déjà. Et À part ça, eux, ils voient amener au moins ces transformateurs-là au marketing, c'est-à-dire à donner-leur la possibilité de faire de marketing autour de leurs produits, donner-leur la visibilité, donner-leur les moyens pour la visibilité de leurs produits. Bon, ça, c'est un peu compliqué pour les partenaires. Ouais, les partenaires, donc, ce qui fait que malgré que les femmes, surtout c'est les femmes, elles s'investissent beaucoup dans la transformation, mais beaucoup ont des difficultés à s'en sortir. Nous avons aussi, l'ICAT aussi est dans la structuration des chaînes de valeur. Donc, c'est l'ICAT qui appuie les producteurs dans la structuration, c'est-à-dire à créer les coopératives, les unions, les interprofessions pour pouvoir les accompagner à aller un peu loin. Donc, le problème aussi, c'est le financement. L'ICAT appuie ces producteurs dans l'élaboration de business plans. Et puis, le problème, ce n'est pas l'élaboration du business plan, mais c'est le taux. Quand vous élaborez, le taux au niveau des microfinances ou des banques sont tellement élevés que vous avez pitié. C'est-à-dire que ce qu'elles vont payer, qu'elles ont en retour, c'est que finalement, avec le taux là, c'est-à-dire ce n'est pas ça. Ce n'est pas ça. Il y a les partenaires qui arrivent, qui mettent les trucs là dans les banques, et on voit que c'est les gros qui vont encore aller prendre cet argent-là sans tenir compte des petits transformateurs, des petites transformatrices. C'est les gros qui vont, ils ont les gros business plans, ils ramassent cet argent-là et les petits transformatrices, transformateurs ou producteurs n'ont pas cette facilité comme ceux qui ont des gros projets. L'ICAT a appuyé dans la transformation de riz en riz étuvé, en poudre pour les pâtisseries, la transformation du café et du cacao, en chocolat, en cake, à mettre le cacao dans le cake, dans les produits maraîchers, la transformation des produits maraîchers, la tomate, le piment, le adémé, le gombo, les fruits, la transformation des fruits en certains fruits en jus, l'anacarde aussi. L'ICAT a appuyé les producteurs, les transformatrices dans la transformation de l'anacarde. Il y a le soja, l'ICAT a appuyé aussi les transformateurs de soja, le maïs jaune en couscous et en spaghetti, le manioc en farine, tapioca, l'igname en poudre pour le foufou, etc. Donc, la structuration est l'élément principal pour pouvoir faire évoluer les producteurs. Parce que grouper, quand ils vont pour pouvoir faire les prêts, c'est le groupe qui sert de caution pour les prêts. Donc, c'est à peu près ce que l'ICAT, si je me mets à dire tout ce qu'on a, on ne va pas finir aujourd'hui. S'il y a des questions, on peut en discuter après. Merci.
Excellent. Vous voyez, les applaudissements de l'audience montrent que quand on pense au Conseil agricole technique, on ne savait pas forcément qui avait ce mandat, n'est-ce pas, sur la partie agro-business et structuration. Et donc, encore une fois, on devrait se rapprocher également des institutions publiques qui ont ce mandat spécifique et voir ce qu'elles peuvent nous apporter. Par contre, l'expérience de Madame et son développement montre que le secteur public a aussi ses limites, n'est-ce pas? Le secteur public peut apporter des choses, mais ils ne peuvent pas tout apporter. Elle a bien expliqué que les partenaires internationaux ne se sentent pas à l'aise dans des types d'apports spécifiques. Quand il va falloir travailler sur la visibilité d'un acteur en particulier, ils ne sont pas là. Mais quand il s'agit des appuis plus généralistes, technologies plus larges, peut-être. Donc, il faut aussi jauger qu'est-ce qu'on peut avoir avec ce type d'institution qui est très valable de mon point de vue et qu'est-ce qu'on peut compléter avec d'autres types d'acteurs privés. En tout cas, merci beaucoup. Alors, on va se tourner maintenant vers le seul panéliste qui est anglophone et je vais l'aider en switchant, n'est-ce pas? We're gonna turn back to you now, Christian. And Christian come from a very interesting institutions that I would like to introduce in this meeting. So my first question to him is, Christian, tell you a little bit about your organization. What organization do you represent and what have you done historically?
Thank you. Yes, so I represent an organization called Partners in Food Solutions. We are a consortium of 6 of the largest global food companies in the world, including General Mills, Cargill, the Hershey Company, Beulah, JM Smokers, and Ardent Mills. And what we do is to provide technical and business expertise to indigenous food processing companies in Africa by linking some of the challenges these food businesses have with expert employees of these global food businesses who are willing to share their technical and business know-how with food processing companies in Africa to scale up and also to improve food security, nutrition, and economic development. Thank you.
I will say that's the Ferrari of the technical assistance, right? So when you have exposure to the 6th largest, food processor in the world, US based, I think it's quite interesting when you be getting volunteer from these organizations coming to your organization to share knowledge, skill, know-how. I think these transform you. Last week I was in Benin and I found an entrepreneur who presents me a product. Knowing a little bit Togo and Benin and what we have here, when I saw the product, I told him, I can guess who helped you with doing this. And the person wouldn't believe I could guess. And I say, well, it's probably TechnoServe and PFS. And they say, yes. Because when they interview in your life as an organization, you can see the difference. So, Christian, tell you a little bit about your experience, what PFS has been able to deliver for organization in Africa. So, how can international partner work with micro, small, medium enterprise in the agro-food sector to promote innovation and upscaling? And please give us some concrete example as you share your experience.
Thank you. Great. I think I'll start by a quotation from a renowned American author and human rights activist, Helen Keller, who once said, and I quote, "Alone, we can do so little, but together, we can do so much." On that note, from our name, Partners in Food Solutions, we believe in partnerships. We believe that we need all partners or all actors in the food security space to come together and put their hands to the wheel to support the African food processing sector to grow and become competitive on the global market. So that is why we are a consortium of global food processing companies. And these businesses, for example, if you take General Mills and Cargill have been around 160 years. So the two of them combined, you are talking about
more than 300 years experience in food processing. And we believe that any food processing company in Africa, MSSMEs, that have a food processing challenge or problem, we can find solution for you from these global consortium of food companies. So a typical example I will cite is in 2016, we started work with a company in Ghana that was just making packaged foods like Nkulenu shared, and they were exporting to the EU market and the US market. Then all of a sudden, the US came out with a legislation that they call the Food Safety Modernization Act. And they've given companies a short notice that you must all comply with this food safety regulation. Otherwise, you lose your market exporting to the US. And it became a challenge for that company because for months, they were not able to ship as they used to do. And what we did was to engage volunteer experts from General Mills and the Hershey Company, who have already complied with that Food Safety Modernization Act. So within 6 months, we did a project, and they helped with the training, the content, and then also help them with all the requirements they need to put in place before the US FDA will come to Ghana and inspect the facility. And we went through that experience supporting this company, and the US FDA sent an auditor who came and spent 5 days with them to audit them, and they passed. The moment they passed, the following year, they tripled their annual turnover. So we started with a business doing barely less than $2 million. Today, in 5 years, that business is now doing 10 million USD. So that is all about partnerships. We brought together international partners who work with local experts, and they were able to support this business to move to the next level in terms of growth and sales. Another typical example, I'm saying this because we are partners, we reckon the fact that the biggest or the elephant in the room when it comes to food processing is funding. So we realized that we need to have collaboration with funders or capital providers to complement our technical expertise. Because sometimes what really pains us is to deploy our technical expertise. For example, a company say, can you help me to develop a cocoa drink for the local market? And you help them with volunteers from the Hershey Company because they are into chocolate. And they have all the recommendations and the recipe, and the product was developed that this is how it will look. This is the right packaging for the tropical weather for you to achieve the required shelf life. And the product will be shelf stable to stay in the market for at least 1 year. And then when we ended the project, the entrepreneur was like, now our cash flow is a problem. So we will not be able to launch this project now. That's sad, because then it's like you've deployed expertise, but the expertise will not be used. So we decided to have partners like impact investors. In some cases with commercial banks. And one of the impact investors invested in a business in Ghana. This business was just packaging raw produce, fruits and vegetables, and just cleaning it and packaging it and supplying to the retail shops and also to the airlines industry. And this woman has been doing this business for 15 years in a rented 4-bedroom apartment. And At the time, I think it was she was just making like 250 to 300,000 USD sales. And then we introduced her to an impact investor, and they came in and took 51% equity. And they invested. She was able to put up a modern food processing facility 4 times bigger than her previous facility. They've been able to help, and we help her to, because we work with one of our partners is Beulah. And those of you who know Beulah, they are the manufacturers of food processing equipment. You can see in Nestle and all the big food processing companies. So we help this woman, Beulah volunteers help to recommend equipment that you can use to clean carrots, to clean cabbage, and fruits like ginger, tomatoes. And it went through a clean process. And they started working in that facility. And then we realized that now they have excess facility. Meanwhile, in the process of packaging the fruits and vegetables, you have rejects that you cannot send to the market. But it doesn't mean that they are spoiled. So what do? We work on a product development project. And one of the volunteers just went to the supermarket in the US and just brought about this fresh cut out vegetable salads and said, can't you do something like this and make it easy for career women? They don't need to peel the onion again. Do the cutout and label it well and put it in the retail shop. That was in 2016. That was the game changer for this business. Today, from 2016, I think it's 9 years now, that business is now a $2 million business because now everybody is buying their cut out vegetables and fruits. And they are also now doing fruit juices because some of the overripe fruits, they are popping it and into fresh juice for sale. And now it's now a $2 million business. So sometimes entrepreneurs are afraid when you advise them to go for equity investment. They are like, they will take over the business. But then look at it. This woman who have decided to stay as the owner of a 250,000 USD business, owning 100%. But today, she is proud, owning 49% stake in a $2 million business. And with time, our hope is that she will make profit to buy out the impact investor and take the remaining 51% shares and then become the owner of 100% business. So that is what we mean by working together with international partners to bring systemic change in the food processing sector. I will share this example too because Steve himself shared it here in Kulenu, that apart from the technical expertise, he benefited some kind of financing vehicle put together by Partners in Food Solutions. That one too, we work with one of our international partners based in Nairobi called Sunu Capital, because we realize that sometimes businesses need just small ticket loans that no bank, no commercial bank will be willing to give them. And sometimes too, they don't have the collateral. So I think with Nkulenu, we were working on a new product development project. He wanted to go into drying of fruits, and then he wanted to buy a dryer. And it's just a small ticket loan. And we work with this international partner to work together with the Nkulenu, and they give them, I think, 45,000 USD to buy that equipment, collateral-free, interest-free. And today, they still have the equipment they are using, and they finish paying that loan. So this is what we mean when we talk about working together as actors in the food space to bring systemic change in the food processing sector. I can cite a lot of examples, but I think I will pause here for any other question. Thank you.
I think this is quite powerful, and we see the value of some partnership to be able to bring end-to-end solutions and to bring changes, systemic changes. And no matter how small you start, there is always a possibility to continue to grow. Thanks very much to our panelists. We will love to have questions, but nevertheless, the time is against us. So unless we have one question, if there is any person, one question to our panelists, maybe we can accept that very quickly. Otherwise, we can continue over dinner and move to the next session.
Merci beaucoup à tous nos panélistes. Je vais vous inviter de reprendre vos places. Merci. OK, merci beaucoup. Nous allons faire quelques ajustements parce qu'on a des participants qui doivent retourner à Lomé. Donc, nous allons maintenant prendre un moment pour revenir ensemble sur les thèmes émergents qui se dégagent de nos discussions et identifier les opportunités de partenariat qui peuvent nous aider à avancer. Donc, j'aimerais inviter certains participants. Monsieur Amuzu de incubateur SAE Cube Togo. On a Monsieur Amuzu avec nous. Merci beaucoup, monsieur. Aussi, Madame Miawodede de Fusek. Madame Miawodede, vous êtes toujours là? OK, merci beaucoup. Et aussi, Monsieur Chala de Faège, s'il vous plaît. Oui, merci. Et finalement, Samakosi de Ange Togo, s'il vous plaît. Ange Togo? OK, donc cette session est conçue comme un échange interactif. Donc, nous commencerons par une série de réflexions partagées de nos panélistes, chacun mettant en avant ses principaux enseignements et priorités pour la suite. Ensuite, nous ouvrirons la discussion afin de recueillir vos réactions, suggestions et recommandations. Donc, merci beaucoup à nos panélistes. Donc, les réflexions pour aujourd'hui, on a certaines questions que j'aimerais que vous répondiez. Premièrement, quels sont les 1 à 3 principaux points à retenir de la journée pour vous? Je ne sais pas, peut-être on peut commencer avec vous, madame. Oui.
Merci pour la question. Je réponds au nom de Miao Dédéa Koufi Patricia. Je suis d'abord agronome de formation, ensuite agent d'appui au COPEC au secteur agricole à la FISEC Togo. Ce que nous pouvons retenir de la journée, c'est qu'il y a certains défis à relever au niveau de la transformation, à savoir l'indisponibilité de la matière première, le besoin en financement, le problème de packaging, le packaging qui revient cher aux transformateurs. Et à côté, il y a des opportunités au niveau de l'État, il y a des mécanismes incitatifs, il y a des programmes, il y a pas mal de choses disponibles au niveau de l'ICAT que Madame a présenté. Ce que l'ICAT fait avec les acteurs, les transformateurs. OK, merci. Ce que l'ICAT fait avec les acteurs du secteur agricole, surtout les transformateurs, tout a été bien expliqué. Si je n'ai rien oublié, je crois que c'est ce que j'ai retenu de l'atelier. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, madame. Donc maintenant, si on peut passer à monsieur Amusu.
Allô, bonjour, je suis Urbain Moussou. Je suis responsable de l'incubateur Cube. On accompagne les entrepreneurs de l'idée jusqu'à la levée de fonds. Je suis mon background, j'ai un master en biotechnologie appliquée. Je l'ai fait au Maroc et donc quand je suis rentré, moi-même, je suis rentré dans l'agriculture d'abord. Et donc j'ai connu et je connais toujours les petits problèmes que les producteurs ont sur le terrain. J'ai aujourd'hui une ferme agroécologique à Kbalimé et je gère également une ferme piscicole sur Anéhop. Alors, pour moi, aujourd'hui, l'un des premiers éléments que j'ai noté, et je pense que ça finit un peu ce que les intervenants passés disaient, c'est qu'il y a aujourd'hui des investissements alternatifs sur lesquels on devrait beaucoup plus travailler. Euh, de l'equity, même le crowdfunding ou d'autres types d'investissements qu'on n'exploite pas encore assez parce que les investissements ou les types d'investissements qui existent aujourd'hui sur le terrain ne sont pas adaptés aux besoins des startups, aux besoins des PME sur le terrain. Donc, il y a un réel travail là-bas pour que ces types d'investissements puissent être mieux exploités localement. J'ai aimé aussi l'intervention de l'un des panélistes qui parlait du fait de valoriser les technologies locales. Aujourd'hui, moi, j'accompagne et je connais pas mal d'entrepreneurs aujourd'hui qui développent, qui sont sur la mécanisation, qui développent des technologies, qui développent des outils qui peuvent réellement aider nos producteurs que ce soit au niveau de la production, au niveau de la transformation. Mais pour une raison ou pour une autre, ces outils, ces technologies ne sont pas réellement utilisées localement. Et donc, on fait encore beaucoup plus confiance à l'extérieur qu'au local. Et le dernier élément que j'ai retenu aussi, c'est que pour ce type d'événements, ou de manière générale, ce serait bien de plus impliquer encore plus les producteurs à la base. On se retrouve avec c'est pas pour dire que c'est mauvais, hein, mais on se retrouve beaucoup avec des techniciens, des gens de bureau, pour dire ça aussi simple. Voilà. Oui, mais en majorité. Et donc, ça fait qu'il y a des gens qui sont directement sur le terrain, qui produisent directement, qui transforment et qui peuvent plus nous parler de leur réalité et qu'il faut inviter beaucoup, beaucoup plus. Voilà ce que je pourrais ajouter. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur, pour votre réflexion. Monsieur T'Challa?
Merci beaucoup pour la parole. Je suis Monsieur Tiala, je suis zootechnicien de formation, accompagnateur de proximité côté FAE, Fonds d'appui aux initiatives économiques des jeunes. Ce que je peux retenir de la journée, beaucoup de mes collègues ici présents ont déjà résumé la majorité des questions qui ne cessent de revenir, mais ce que je peux ajouter ici, c'est que beaucoup des intervenants ont mentionné le niveau de transformation de nos produits très faible en Afrique. Donc, nous produisons et tout ce que nous produisons sont orientés, c'est-à-dire nous ne faisons que exporter nos produits et importer les produits manufacturés ou bien les produits transformés des autres pays. Donc, malgré que le gouvernement a déjà fait beaucoup d'efforts, nous, euh, nous remarquons qu'il y a encore pas mal d'efforts encore à fournir dans le processus, par exemple, d'investissement dans la transformation des produits en Afrique. Merci, c'est ce que je peux ajouter. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur. Donc, ma deuxième question pour vous tous. Quelles priorités clés voyez-vous émerger pour vous-même dans la mise en œuvre de ce programme? Madame, vous voulez commencer?
Priorité en tant que actrice dans le financement des acteurs sur le secteur agricole, le constat que nous avons fait, bon, ou bien personnellement j'ai fait, c'est que les transformateurs n'ont pas vraiment euh, de compétences en finance. C'est-à-dire, il serait bien pour la bonne évolution de ce programme que nous-mêmes, à notre niveau ou bien à votre niveau, nous allons sur l'éducation financière. L'éducation financière est très importante pour les acteurs. Les transformateurs, ils sont à différents niveaux. Il y a certains qui sont des débutants, certains qui sont en pleine croissance et certains qui sont déjà au niveau de PME. Donc, ceux qui sont des débutants ou bien en pleine croissance, ils doivent apprendre à épargner. Nous avons un produit CE, Crédit épargne avec éducation, que nous avons mis en place depuis pas mal d'années au niveau de la FISEC Togo. Nous accompagnons spécialement les femmes. Nous les regroupons en groupement, en GUS, pour leur donner une éducation financière. Comment mettre de l'argent de côté chaque jour? Comment faire de la tontine? Comment essayer de bien gérer le crédit que tu viens bien prendre au niveau de l'institution financière? Il ne s'agit pas de venir, bon, oui, OK, et les transformateurs ont besoin de financement, oui. Mais non, quand il obtient ce financement, il vient directement prendre 5 millions, 10 millions, combien de millions, voire 1 milliard, parce qu'il a envie de faire évoluer son entreprise. Comment il gère ces fonds-là? Est-ce qu'on lui a vraiment appris à bien gérer ces fonds-là? Ou bien, en tant que femme, bon, je vais au marché, je trouve un pain Blisco de 45 000. Je vais acheter un pain pour essayer de bien m'habiller, ainsi de suite. Mais en prenant cette somme-là, peut-être dans les fonds de l'entreprise. Ce sont des erreurs que les acteurs font souvent, que nous essayons de corriger. Donc, c'est pour ça que je mets beaucoup l'accent sur l'éducation financière. Maintenant, c'est de revoir aussi les modèles économiques des transformateurs, le modèle économique. C'est vrai, tout le monde veut aller vers de bons packaging, mais il faut essayer de revoir le conditionnement selon les besoins, selon la cible. Je veux transformer des produits, oui, parce que j'ai appris que la tomate est en train de pourrir et il y a beaucoup d'opportunités maintenant. Je veux transformer pour qui? Je veux transformer. Est-ce que après avoir utilisé le packaging, après avoir fait cette technologie, le produit revient à combien? Est-ce que le produit est concurrentiel sur le marché? Si, pendant que les gens sont en train d'acheter la tomate peut-être à 150, 200 francs, moi, mon produit n'est pas en bas de 500 francs. Il est de 500 en allant. Est-ce que c'est compétitif? Donc, c'est de revoir le modèle économique pour que les produits transformés là répondent aux besoins des consommateurs. Parce que on aura beau financer l'entreprise, lorsqu'il ne vend pas, il ne pourra pas avoir le retour sur investissement pour pouvoir venir rembourser son crédit. Il y a ça. Bon, je m'arrête là.
Merci beaucoup, madame. Peut-être on peut commencer avec vous, monsieur. Oui.
Alors, je pense que l'un des éléments qui m'a vraiment intéressé aujourd'hui est lié également aux activités de FSA, c'est le fait que, en tant que structure d'accompagnement, ça fait des années que nous nous positionnons sur l'accélération au Togo. Et je pense qu'on fait partie des rares structures d'accompagnement à avoir un programme d'accélération. Et pour nous, ce serait bien aujourd'hui qu'on travaille sur les nouveaux modèles d'investissement. Également, on peut appuyer sur tout ce qui est due diligence sur le terrain, aider à identifier les meilleurs acteurs sur le terrain, à accompagner. Ce sont des éléments sur lesquels nous pouvons intervenir et qui, personnellement, au niveau de nos structures, seraient intéressants pour nous pour une collaboration avec d'autres acteurs également ici. J'espère que le partenaire qui est passé tout à l'heure, je crois que je vais l'attraper tout à l'heure pour voir ce qu'on peut faire. Et il donnait des chiffres super intéressants. Et j'espère qu'il va vouloir travailler avec nous au Togo et on aura aussi des entreprises qui vont connaître des croissances aussi intéressantes. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur. Donc, peut-être avant de commencer avec vous, monsieur T'Challa, on a aussi monsieur Sama de Orange Togo. Donc, on était en train de parler premièrement, on a demandé quels sont les 1 à 3 principaux points à retenir de la journée pour vous. Et après, quelles priorités clés voyez-vous émerger pour vous-même dans la mise en œuvre de ce programme? Je vous passe la parole.
D'accord, merci beaucoup. Donc, comme présenté, moi, je suis ici au nom de l'Agence nationale de gestion de l'environnement, qui est une structure de l'État togolais et qui a pour mission de veiller au bien-être du milieu biophysique dans l'environnement togolais, veiller également au bien-être humain, donc de la santé des Togolais et des autres peuples vivant au Togo. Donc, par rapport à tout ce que nous avons eu à entendre comme présentation des uns des autres au cours de la journée d'aujourd'hui, nous avons pu quand même retenir qu'il est très important que nous veillions à mettre en place des structures, donc que chacun apporte de son côté ce qu'il peut pour l'équilibre, l'accès au financement, l'équilibre nutritionnel, l'accès au financement, et se mettre, comme l'avait dit Tougeda, ensemble pour pouvoir avancer, bénéficier de l'expertise, de l'appui technique des différentes structures de l'État. Et par rapport à l'Agence nationale de gestion de l'environnement, nous tenons, de par nos missions, nos attributions, à ce que tout ce qui se fait au Togo, que ce soit pour des raisons alimentaires, donc des raisons sanitaires, ou que ce soit également pour des raisons de conservation du milieu naturel, que toutes ces entreprises et toutes ces activités, tous ces projets puissent respecter les normes de l'État togolais. Donc les normes que l'État quand même s'est doté par la loi cadre sur l'environnement, les normes également définies dans les différents décrets que l'État et les tests d'application que l'État togolais a mis en vigueur actuellement pour suivre la protection de l'environnement et protéger également les consommateurs locaux. Donc tout ce qui se fera en matière de projet aujourd'hui, nous aurons un regard et un apport technique dans le sens de voir quel est l'endroit où le producteur agricole, que ce soit même à moyenne ou à grande échelle, se loge, quels sont les intrants qu'il met en valeur, quelles sont les conditions de conservation, quel est également le conditionnement pour les produits exportés, afin de pouvoir garantir à nos partenaires qui sont au-delà des frontières togolaises et qui vont bénéficier de la production faite au Togo. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Sama. Monsieur Chala.
Merci beaucoup pour la parole. Et pour l'émergence des nouvelles structures ou bien des jeunes entreprises, mon institution, le FAEJ, mène des actions sur le terrain qui peuvent être résumées en 3 points essentiels, à savoir l'accompagnement technique, c'est-à-dire former et renforcer la capacité des jeunes porteurs de projets. À ce niveau, le FAEJ fournit énormément d'efforts. En dehors des formations en création et gestion d'entreprise, le FAEJ a mis sur les réseaux une application d'aide à la création d'entreprises au nom de ADAS que tout le monde peut télécharger sur le Play Store. Play Store. ADAS, c'est ADACE. Donc, qui est une application qui permet de l'auto-formation ou bien la formation continue des jeunes entrepreneurs. En dehors de ça, mon institution a mis sur le terrain des accompagnateurs de proximité qui sont proches des bénéficiaires et qui ne cessent de les accompagner dans les processus, les itinéraires techniques et autres. Donc, nous avons des accompagnateurs dans chaque préfecture sur le plan national. En dehors de ça, le second point, ici, parmi les 3 points cités, c'est l'accès au financement adapté. Donc, il faut fournir ou bien offrir des outils financiers flexibles et inclusifs. Mais dans le 3e point ici, c'est les partenariats stratégiques. Donc, mon institution, dans ce sens, appuie les jeunes entrepreneurs à participer au forum pour leur visibilité et participer aux foires, ce genre de trucs. Donc, voici, pour ne pas trop aller, ce que nous faisons au sein du FAEJ. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Finalement, une dernière question pour vous. Si vous pouvez résumer dans 1 minute, quelles opportunités de partenariat ou succession avez-vous pour améliorer le progrès dans les domaines que vous avez mentionnés? Peut-être on peut commencer avec M. Sama cette fois.
D'accord, merci. Nous trouvons que la rencontre d'aujourd'hui qui a réuni beaucoup de cadres, qu'ils soient de l'État, des ONG ou des entrepreneurs privés, nationaux comme hors du pays, est une opportunité pour que nous, en tant qu'agence nationale, nous puissions rappeler à tout le monde que dans le souci de préserver l'environnement, dans le souci de préserver la santé, donc tout ce que nous ferons comme production agroalimentaire doit se faire dans les normes. Nous devons pouvoir produire, oui, en quantité suffisante pour pouvoir satisfaire les défis vu l'augmentation de la démographie aujourd'hui, mais cela doit être dans le respect de la santé. Donc, que ce soit, je l'ai déjà dit, les intrants qui sont utilisés, que ce soit le milieu, le cadre physique dans lequel la production se fait, que ce soit la matière qui sert à faire le conditionnement, le stockage. Aujourd'hui, nous voyons beaucoup d'utilisation de pesticides exagérément, qui ne respectent pas de normes. Nous voulons quand même faire de l'économie à partir de la production agricole. Nous voulons satisfaire la demande en termes de besoins sur le terrain, comme l'avons dit, pour une autosuffisance alimentaire. Mais nous devons servir des produits sains. Donc, nous trouvons que c'est une opportunité pour que nous rappelons et que nous puissions être regardants, comme cela même est une de nos missions, pouvoir suivre tous les projets qui se font, qu'ils soient étatiques ou privés, dans le cadre de suivi environnemental. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Sama, pour votre contribution. Madame Yabodede, vous avez la parole.
Merci. En 1 minute, ce que je pourrais dire en participant à l'atelier d'aujourd'hui, je comprends que nous devons aller plus vers le financement de la transformation agroalimentaire. Il y a le besoin. La FISEC est en train de mettre en place une ligne PME-PMI axée sur certains secteurs comme les services logistiques, transformation agroalimentaire avec un taux doux. Qu'est-ce que je dis par taux doux? Le besoin en fonds de roulement sera à 12% et l'investissement sera à 10%. C'est bas par rapport à ce que nous avons l'habitude de faire. Et la ligne PME, PMI, c'est disponible pour les entreprises qui vont respecter les normes SGES, les normes environnementales et puis sociales. Donc, nous voulons faire du financement des PME, PMI, un financement axé sur le respect des normes environnementales et puis sociales. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Madame. Monsieur Amuzu, Abu.
Je pense que en venant ici aujourd'hui, j'ai noté trois opportunités de mon côté. Euh, la première opportunité, c'est déjà une possibilité de partenariat, d'échange entre divers écosystèmes. C'est vrai que la langue semble de premier abord une petite barrière, mais je pense qu'à un moment donné, il va falloir qu'on puisse dépasser ça. Parce que de chaque côté, je pense que chaque écosystème fait des choses super intéressantes. Et en mutualisant ça, on peut réellement grandir beaucoup, beaucoup plus. Et si je prends uniquement le Togo comme marché, ce n'est pas suffisant pour la plupart de nos PME. Il faut vraiment, vraiment, vraiment qu'on commence à penser plus large, à ne plus penser pays, mais à penser plus région, à penser plus écosystème. Donc, pour ça, il va falloir qu'on pense réellement à voir comment on peut mieux travailler. Il est un peu dommage que le plus souvent, après ces événements, chacun rentre dans son pays. Il n'y a plus réellement de collaboration, mais il serait super intéressant si d'ici, des projets peuvent naître, des collaborations peuvent naître. Moi, par exemple, tout à l'heure, quand un des intervenants parlait de, 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 de ce qu'ils faisaient en termes d'aquaculture, de pisciculture dans leur pays, j'ai vu déjà pas mal d'opportunités pour moi personnellement avec mon projet piscicole sur Anéro. L'autre élément également, c'est que, et ça, j'ai une de mes entrepreneurs qui est là et elle est assise directement à côté du représentant des gros investisseurs du monde. Et donc, j'espère qu'elle va en profiter. Et c'est ça aussi l'un des intérêts de ces événements, c'est qu'il y a plus beaucoup d'intermédiaires. Vous pouvez, dans ces événements, rencontrer directement de possibles partenaires, de possibles investisseurs, de possibles collaborateurs, et c'est extraordinaire. Le dernier élément, c'est que, et je pense qu'il va falloir aussi qu'on y travaille, c'est qu'à un moment donné, il faut que les PME puissent travailler entre elles. Il y a des marchés, vous êtes seul, vous ne pouvez pas vous positionner là-dessus. Alors que si vous êtes 2, 3, 4, 5 à vous mettre ensemble, on n'arrive pas encore réellement à le faire dans l'écosystème. Et donc, c'est un élément sur lequel je pense aussi, c'est une opportunité ici et sur lesquels on peut se positionner. Voilà les trois éléments que je vois comme réelle opportunité aujourd'hui. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup à vous. Et finalement, Monsieur Chala.
Merci beaucoup pour la parole. En m'envoyant ici aujourd'hui pour cet événement, le FAEJ croit fermement que l'innovation et la croissance des entreprises, des jeunes entreprises, ne peuvent se faire qu'à travers des partenariats solides. C'est en mutualisant nos efforts, nos réseaux et nos ressources que nous pouvons transformer des idées en solutions concrètes. Donc, je voudrais en conclusion nous inviter tous ici présents à envisager l'émergence non pas comme ou bien une démarche isolée, mais comme un processus collectif où chaque secteur ou bien chaque acteur a un rôle clé à jouer. Merci.
Merci beaucoup à nos panélistes pour leur contribution. Merci.
Okay, so we know at this time of day it can be difficult to keep the energy, but it's good. I've got two pieces of good news for you. The first is we will have a short coffee break for that last hit of caffeine. Let's please make it a short one and aim to resume in 10 minutes. The other piece of good news is we've got a bit of a change in the format for the last session. We will have a presentation by our colleagues at Iru Alliance, but then we'll move into clinics. So everyone will be invited to form into breakout groups to hear now everyone's views, an exchange of views on the lessons from today, but also some of the key barriers and solutions. So that is our proposal. If we could take a short coffee break, just 10 minutes, because you'll also be able to bring your coffee to your breakout sessions. And then one final request for housekeeping. If the QR code for the survey can be displayed again, we would like to invite you all again. Please do complete the survey. It's very important information for the future of the Food Security Accelerator. I think we've only had a couple of responses so far. So we would really like to see those survey inputs so we can hear your thoughts. But thank you so much. We'll resume in 10 minutes time. Okay, good afternoon, good evening now, everyone. Bonsoir. We've almost made it to the end of day one, and I'd like to say we've saved the best till last for today. So for our last session, we will have a short video actually and presentation, and then move to our interactive clinic on what are our barriers to scale. So a session to discuss barriers to scale in food systems innovation, including finance, logistics, compliance, and digital tools. But to get us started, I would love to introduce Raketu Traore, founder and executive manager of Eru Alliance. And I believe you'll be saying a few words and then also showing us a short video. So over to you.
Thank you, Salina. Bonjour à tous et à toutes. J'espère qu'on a encore un peu d'énergie pour écouter ce que Hero Alliance a à vous offrir. Donc, je suis Rokiatou Traoré, la directrice générale de Hero Alliance. Donc, Hero Alliance est une entreprise basée au Mali. Vous allez voir tout à l'heure à travers la vidéo ce que Hero Alliance fait et pourquoi Hero Alliance existe. Donc, c'est une vidéo de 3 minutes et après, nous allons entendre, écouter vos questions et aussi vos interactions. Merci.
I think we're just now looking to our IT team. If you can please play the video. Just to check, there should be sound. If we could check the sound and maybe restart the video to see if we can hear as well as see.
Trees disappear, taking with them the hope of thousands of families. The consequences are dramatic. Lands are
S'il vous plaît, on peut recommencer la vidéo.
is decreasing, and malnutrition is affecting the most vulnerable groups. Farmers are abandoning like other countries in the Sahel. Mali is in danger. 65% of the territory is already consumed by desertification. Every day, thousands of trees disappear, taking with them the hope of thousands of families. The consequences are dramatic. Lands are drying, crops productivity is decreasing, and malnutrition is affecting the most vulnerable groups. Farmers are abandoning agriculture for mining as it generates more incomes. Heat waves and floodings are increasing every year, causing several human and livestock death and migration. Women and youth are the first victims with limited access to resources and technology to cope. But there is a solution. Moringa, the superfood of the Sahel. As a solution to address these challenges, Hero Alliance has developed an inclusive Moringa value chain involving women and young people for environmental, social, and economic impacts. Moringa, this extraordinary tree, grows rapidly, even in the most difficult climatic conditions. It's an inexhaustible source of nutrients, antioxidants, and anti-inflammatories, essential to save lives. It's called the Never Die Tree. Our mission to empower women and young people to transform their lives and those of their communities while restoring degraded lands. We create environmental impact by restoring degraded lands, by planting high-value trees such as moringa to nourish the soil again and make it suitable for agriculture. We create economic impact by providing technical assistance to women and young people and make them effective suppliers of moringa leaves, seed, and flowers for additional income 6 times a year. We create social impact by integrating the superfood moringa and other trees in the daily diet of millions of people by transforming moringa leaves, seed, flowers into daily edible products. By 2030, we aspire to plant 10 million trees to restore degraded lands and combat desertification. Train 150,000 women and young people for green jobs. We will also integrate high-value nutritional trees in the daily diet of millions of people to address malnutrition and related diseases. Join us to create a future where women are autonomous and empowered, where food is abundant, and where the nature is preserved. Together, let's transform the desert into a land of life and hope.
Thank you so much, Rokitu, for sharing this with us, and what a great call to action at the end as well. If folks have not yet seen, there's also a wonderful stall of Eru Alliance's Moringa products outside, so I encourage you to have a look at those as well. But Rokitu, I could see the passion in that video and also some great ambitions for scale. So before we head into our breakout groups, are you able to bring some of that energy and passion with some reflections on either barriers you've faced in your journey so far, or the barriers you might foresee in scaling, and then we can use that as a call to action in the discussion groups?
Sure. As an African entrepreneur, we always face barriers, and I will not say finance because that's the main barrier that we all know. And the main barrier that we are facing is actually access to markets. So we at Eru Alliance, we actually see selling as a source of income, source of revenue, source of funding. It's true that by exporting products, we get more value, more money, but we really want to focus on the local market. The international organizations, companies are seeing Africa as a market. They are seeing Africa as a market. Unilever, we all drink Lipton every day. So why can't we drink a moringa tea every morning? Why can't we also use our local product? That's the barrier that we are facing with the international companies. And another barrier is also even the climate change issues. I can recall the experience that we had with 150,000 moringa seedlings that were destroyed by armyworms. So that's also one of the huge challenge that we are facing with the climate change. And these barriers should never be an obstacle to continue doing what we are doing, because the aim, the objective are greater than these barriers. And what I would like to convey to all the entrepreneurs, I know they have it, it's really to continue to be more resilient, and to also keep in mind that we are the one who can bring that change, and we are the one who can overcome the barriers, the obstacles, and partnership is also the key to do so.
Thank you so much once again. So hopefully that's some inspiration for moving into the clinic sessions. What we'll do is we'll actually break into 3 groups. And if I could ask again our IT colleagues to display the slide with the groups. Our proposal is we will have one breakout group in English. We'll be moderated and the session discussion will be in English. This will be in this room. Then we will have 2 breakout groups moderated and with discussion in French. So group 1 will be facilitated by Ange. Ange, could you put your hand up, please, or stand up? Thank you. So this group will be going to the VIP tent at the back of the campus. And then we have group 3 facilitated by Nanipo. Again, could you please say hello to everyone? You will be going to the restaurant tent, so the catering tent. We have done our best to capture everyone whose registrations we had in advance. We know that some participants joined us today. Apologies if your name is not on the screen, but please do feel free to self-select a breakout group based on the language in which you would like to participate and discuss. And your moderators will facilitate the discussion. We will request for a report back after about, let's say, let me check the time. Let's say we'll give 30 minutes for discussion. So please move to your breakout rooms. If there's any questions as you're moving, let myself, Ange, Nanipo, I also didn't introduce Louise. Louise will be facilitating in English. Please let us know, and we'll see you back in this room in 30 minutes. Thank you. Hello, hello, hello. So just to repeat again, group 1, actually, maybe Laurel, it may be better to do in French.
Group 1 outside. Ah. Ok, groupe 1, dans le tent pour les VIP, c'est juste derrière là-bas. Groupe 2, anglais, restez ici. Et groupe 3, dans le restaurant. Groupe 1, dans le tent de VIP, juste au fond là-bas.
des propositions de solutions. En premier, le problème évoqué par rapport à la finance a été le taux élevé des banques commerciales que nous avons habituellement. Et aussi, même quand le prêt est concessionnel, il y a un risque de taux de change auquel les entrepreneurs sont exposés. Par rapport à la logistique, il y a également le souci de transport et surtout quand il s'agit de transport vers l'international, les frais de douane sont vraiment élevés. Par rapport à la conformité, on a eu spécifiquement 2 exemples, pour le Togo et pour le Bénin. Pour le Togo, le coût par produit est autant pour moi. Nous avons eu spécialement pour le Mali et pour le Bénin. Pour le Bénin, par produit, vous payez 500 000 et c'est renouvelable. Et pour le Bénin, vous payez 800 000 par produit et c'est renouvelable chaque 2 ans. Ce qui fait que les entrepreneurs n'arrivent pas à certifier leurs produits afin de pouvoir les exporter. Il y a également un problème qui a été souligné, c'est le problème des ressources humaines. Il a été évoqué qu'il est difficile de trouver la main-d'œuvre et également le problème de vol qui a été mentionné. Pour les solutions, par rapport à la logistique, le monsieur du ministère du Commerce a proposé qu'il serait préférable pour les entrepreneurs de s'approcher du service de la douane afin d'être informés, parce qu'il y a des détournements qui se font par rapport aux transitaires. Par rapport à la certification pour pouvoir exporter, il a été conseillé de d'abord déterminer son marché, de préférence que ça soit local, et pour pouvoir se concentrer sur ce marché, parce que nous en avons de la matière en Afrique. Par rapport à la main-d'œuvre, il a été proposé de mécaniser les systèmes de production à travers des machines. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Ange, reporting on Group 1. Thank you for what sounds like a great discussion and your participation. So let us move on to Group 2, and I believe from Group 2, it's Mutande who's giving the report back.
Good evening, everyone. I'm representing Group 2, and we had a very fruitful discussion that moved from discussing potential barriers to entry and also challenges within working within the African space. And of note, we had a couple of points, but one of the key barriers that has affected trade in this continent is the challenge of a lack of a regional market. We have all experienced challenges with what is happening with inter-country trade, but the biggest challenge is really the logistical challenges, whether it's shipping, whether it's policies, whether it's informal levies that we're all familiar with. Either way, we all agree that most of the time we want to go into these bigger markets where we can make it and make our companies and our businesses more profitable, but we face the challenge of our products being cheaper than the cost of logistics. For example, how do I move seed from Zambia to Burundi to Togo, for example, and how does a product from Ghana and Nigeria move? But because of the logistical challenges, by the time the product reaches in country, in the next country, it is too expensive and then there's no one to buy it. And also the cost is borne by the business, because before I sell the product, I have to have all that financing. And if there's no guarantee offtake on the other side, and all the other challenges with policies, it makes the trade not worth it. And that way we are limiting ourselves, because we notice that in most cases, it is cheaper for me to export my product to Europe before it goes to another African country. Therefore, we are limiting trade within ourselves, and that has affected a lot of businesses. We also discussed another major barrier, which is financing. We can never run away from financing as a business. I mean, whether we're looking at debt, whether we're looking at equity, whether we're looking at growth capital, operating capital, it is impossible for you to grow without financing, whether you're trying to do bootstrap it or you're trying to get funding elsewhere. We discussed, however, that I think of note from our discussion is that most investors and founders need a lot of information to understand what debt instruments are there in their local markets, in their external markets, and to make sure that whatever they are considering, they truly understand, whether it is valuation at exit when they're looking at equity, whether they're looking at debt and interest payments and how to schedule it, and really understanding their situation and their business to make sure that regardless of what instrument they choose, they understand what the T's and C's are, and they also are informed about what to do on exit. It's very easy as an investor or a founder to be excited about a business in the beginning, and because it shows all this wonderful potential, as a founder, I'll always be passionate about my business. I'll always know it more than the VC. And I also need to be able to recognize if this is a person that I can actually partner with, because most of the times we have conversations that loop. I don't know if this investor actually has funding. I don't know if he's interested, or I'm just someone he wants to take a box off of. So we need to be founders that are very aware of who we're talking to, what we're looking for, and what we stand to gain and lose. So as founders, we need to also be open to equity, because it can be more beneficial in the long term. However, we may also need to understand debt. Either way, there needs to be a lot of capacity building by both the founders and the VCs to make sure that whatever discussions are fruitful and ultimately end to be equitable. And that is one thing we needed to mention. I think for group 2, those are our major challenges: financing and also other logistical barriers to trade. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Mutande, for your report back. Thank you for group 2. It was a very animated discussion. I feel like it may have continued for some hours, but we had to interrupt. So let us now conclude going to group 3. And I think Nanipo is here for the report.
Bonsoir à tous. De notre côté, nous avons aussi discuté sur les différentes barrières que rencontrent souvent nos entrepreneurs lorsqu'il s'agit de s'étendre au niveau régional ou international. Et nous avons essayé de regrouper les barrières par catégorie. Sur le plan financier, nous avons identifié des barrières qui s'opposent lorsqu'il s'agit d'avoir accès au financement. Et l'une des barrières, c'est le caractère informel que certaines entreprises, le caractère informel de certaines entreprises et également le manque de données historiques. Donc, c'est le cas de sensibiliser ou bien d'encourager nos entrepreneurs à régler ce côté formel et de toujours avoir une historique de leurs données. Donc, une autre barrière, c'est le taux d'intérêt des prêts qui est souvent trop élevé, et également l'exigence de la garantie. Donc, par rapport à cette barrière, nous avons essayé d'envisager d'autres formes de financement qui peuvent aussi avoir lieu. Et il s'agit des fonds propres, des appels de fonds publics, ensuite les aides familiales et les business angels, même si ce n'est pas encore très développé dans notre système africain. Donc, en dehors de ça, nous avons aussi noté comme barrière dans le domaine de l'accès au financement le manque d'informations sur d'autres formes de financement comme les subventions et les fonds d'investissement. Et particulièrement par rapport aux fonds d'investissement, nous avons évoqué le fait que les procédures ou bien les conditions d'accès à ce type de financement est souvent trop compliqué pour les petites entreprises, notamment le ticket d'accès qui est souvent trop large par rapport aux besoins qu'expriment les petites et moyennes entreprises. Une autre barrière, c'est aussi le type d'investissement. Il a été évoqué que voilà, lorsqu'il s'agit de demander de financement pour investir dans des équipements dont le retour sur l'investissement s'étend sur une longue durée, il y a de la résistance au niveau des investisseurs parce que voilà, ça comporte beaucoup de risques. Une autre barrière également, c'est la saisonnalité de certaines activités qui causent le défaut de remboursement. Par exemple, quelqu'un a évoqué le cas de l'agriculture où souvent le temps ou bien la durée entre la demande au financement et le moment où le financement est accordé ne concorde pas avec la saisonnalité, ce qui peut pousser l'agriculteur à aller utiliser l'argent qui était destiné pour une production donnée à d'autres fins. Et cela cause souvent des problèmes de remboursement. Donc, c'est un peu ça sur le domaine d'accès au financement. Dans le domaine de la logistique, nous avons identifié comme principale barrière un problème d'infrastructure dans notre système. Je pense que tout le monde est d'accord ici. En plus de ça, il est aussi identifié que dans nos pays, il manque souvent de structures de qualité en termes de logistique. Également, les coûts de logistique qui sont souvent trop élevés dans nos pays. En dehors de ça, nous avons aussi identifié les difficultés liées à l'exportation. En tant que petite et moyenne entreprise, souvent, la quantité d'exportation est souvent trop limitée, ce qui entraîne des charges trop élevées par rapport voilà, à la quantité qu'on exporte. En plus de ça, nous avons évoqué le problème de conservation en termes de logistique parce que plusieurs produisent, mais en attendant d'exporter ou bien de transformer, ils ont ce problème de conservation ou bien de stockage. À part ça, nous avons aussi identifié le problème de la politique de consommation locale. Il a été noté que, voilà, au niveau local, les gens préfèrent souvent, très souvent, aller vers les produits importés qui parfois sont de qualité moindre par rapport à ce que les entreprises locales proposent. Et ça aussi, ça constitue une barrière. Et en termes de conformité, de certification, nous notons la cherté des certifications et la complicité et ainsi que les exigences de nos institutions de certification. Une autre barrière liée à la conformité, c'est la qualité de nos laboratoires et le manque aussi de connaissances ou bien d'exigences de ce que les autres pays attendent de nos produits. Donc, voilà résumé les barrières en termes de conformité. Et au niveau du numérique, nous avons noté la principale barrière qui est le problème de la connectivité. Parce qu'on a beau développer des applications, des logiciels, si on n'a pas résolu ce problème de connectivité, ces applications ne nous serviront pas. On a aussi noté à ce niveau le problème de manque de maîtrise de la technologie, notamment au niveau des femmes et des jeunes. Donc, voilà un peu les barrières que nous avons pu identifier. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Nanipo. And let's have a round of applause for all of you. We've reached the end of day one. So we have just 3 housekeeping announcements before we let you go. We'll explain in both English and French.
OK, donc vous êtes invité à dîner aujourd'hui à 19 h dans le restaurant. Demain, le petit déjeuner est à la même heure, 7 h, mais l'atelier même va commencer à 9 h. Aussi,
So that was the meals announcement. Dinner will be available from 7 p.m., but of course, feel free to take more rest and join us later if that makes you comfortable. And tomorrow morning, breakfast also at 7 o'clock a.m.
On a aussi des badges pour tout le monde que vous pouvez collecter juste ici derrière cette tente, juste là-bas quand vous sortez. Et aussi, demain, vous pouvez aller à la tente ici, juste à côté, pour collecter vos per diem. Et finalement, pour vos cartes d'embarquement, si vous pouvez les apporter à la tente ici, soit aujourd'hui ou bien demain. Merci beaucoup.
So you'll find your conference badges. I believe they're on a table just outside. Okay, it's now in the registration hall, so you can feel free to pick up your official first technical workshop of the Food Systems Innovation Network badge for memorabilia. And then just a couple of housekeepings. The per diems will be available from tomorrow in the registration tent, and also a request for our international participants to bring your boarding passes. So we can do the proper record keeping. And I think just the last piece is the time of the session start tomorrow. So 9 o'clock, we will start our meeting again for day 2. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a good evening.